Chapter 241. The dazzling light slowly faded away, and what appeared before them was a huge emerald basin. The huge tree formed by energy matrices was emitting an eternal glimmer. Something had appeared in front of them out of nowhere. It was a red crystal the size of a fist that had been elongated in the shape of a rhombus. It was floating in front of them, spinning slowly, but strangely, there was not the slightest energy wave. Looks like it's not as simple as I thought. As soon as they came out, Yun Nuoshing glanced at the spinning red crystal. Before he could ask, Zai said in his mind, "Remember the picture of the scepter in the diary? This crystal is the one on the scepter. If I'm not wrong, this should be the core of the God of Destruction's Godhead weapon. I didn't expect her Godhead weapon to be destroyed. Looks like she was no match for the final battle. The core of the Godhead weapon." Yun Nuoshing was very excited when he heard her mention the Godhead weapon, but when he heard her mention the core of the Godhead weapon, he suddenly drooped his head. Zai did not know whether to laugh or cry at his listless look. As everyone knew, every weapon had a core. It was the key point of the weapon's energy output and strengthening. It would be destroyed when the weapon was destroyed. Therefore, every complete weapon core was very precious. Of course, only blacksmiths had the means to prevent the destruction of a weapon core. There were also blacksmiths who specialized in collecting cores and forging weapons for them. This kind of core could not only be used to reshape a weapon, but could also exist in a second weapon. With an additional core, the power of the weapon was not as simple as 1 + 1. But the core of the Godhead weapon, only the gods could use it well. It could be used to repair or strengthen the power of the weapon. The prerequisite was that your cultivation had to reach the godly level. Otherwise, you could only drool over this core. Well, that's not quite right. That scepter is a divine right weapon. Thus, it should be said that it's the core of a divine right weapon. However, right at the moment when Yun Nuoshing was dejected, Ziyi started to laugh. Although there was only one word difference between a Godhead weapon and a Godhead weapon, they represented different things. The core of a Godhead weapon was the core of a weapon, while a Godhead weapon was a weapon that was unique to a god and could not be recreated. For example, the God of Destruction's Godhead weapon was a scepter. With it, the power or divine might would increase exponentially. Of course, it's getting more and more useless. Yun Nuoshing did not know whether to laugh or cry. The core of the divine power weapon contained the divine power of the god. If the god fell, his deity position would be attached to the divine power weapon. In other words, obtaining the divine power weapon was equivalent to obtaining a deity position. However, the divine power weapon of the God of Destruction was a scepter, and this was only the tip of the scepter. The core crystal, a damaged core, naturally didn't have the ability to bestow Yun Nuoshing a deity position. Even repairing it would require the help of a god. Why are you so depressed? If it's broken, then take your time to find it. Anyway, you have to travel all over the realm of the gods. Aren't you the self-proclaimed #1 idler in the world? There's plenty of time. One day, you'll find it all. Besides, if it's a god. Ziyi paused, then laughed evilly and said, "Can't you just find your little sister Xianyin?" "What do you mean by Hearing this teasing, Yun Nuoshing's face immediately turned red. She hurriedly retorted, but found that she could not say anything. What about you?" Ziyi laughed even more proudly when he saw this. She's my little sister, okay?" After being chased, Yun Nuoshing's handsome face was so red that it looked like blood could drip from it. After stuttering for a long time, she raised her hands and surrendered, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Brother, what's wrong? Are you having a fever?" Ming exclaimed when he felt Yun Nuoxing's cheeks burning hot. No, I'm fine. Nothing at all. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly shook her head. Before anyone noticed anything, she hurriedly suppressed her churning emotions. The whirlpool zither's self-defensive energy barrier enveloped her hand. Yun Nuoxing used this hand to grab the core of the divine right weapon. Boom! Just as she closed her fingers, she suddenly felt the entire Emerald Mountain shake violently. Yun Nuoxing staggered and almost fell to the ground. She hurriedly stabilized herself, but when she saw the space around her trembling rapidly, she was shocked. She hurriedly grabbed the core, spread her 6 wings, and rushed into the sky with Xian. The rumbling sound spread throughout the entire space. Even though they stopped in the sky, they could still feel the space trembling. Did I touch something I shouldn't have? That trembling feeling originated from space, causing Yun Nuoxing to feel as though his head was shaking and his stomach was churning. He forcefully turned his gaze downwards and was stunned to see that the entire body of the Emerald Mountain was flickering with a piercing jade green light. It was as bright as a small sun, causing one to be unable to open one's eyes to look at it. A moment later, the mountain suddenly shrank from 100,000 feet in size to the size of a palm in the blink of an eye. As the Emerald Mountain shrank to the size of a fist, the trembling of the space gradually stopped. Yun Nuoxing saw the Emerald Mountain fly towards the people in a daze in the sky. Finally, it slowly landed on Yun Nuoxing's hand. A few silver threads extended from the center of the depression and wrapped around the red crystal in his palm. The core of a divine right weapon needs to be enveloped in energy at all times. Otherwise, the complete divine right of the god of destruction will be damaged. This should be the work of Tsang Yen Meteor, Zai said calmly, when he sensed Yun Nuoxing's confusion. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked around. When she saw that there was nothing wrong, she put the mountain and the core into the pendant. Looking down at the world that she had created, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh and said to herself with a smile, "There's nothing left here." Xian nodded. Mate Mao finally had time to look around the place. Then she fixed her gaze on Yun Nuoxing as if she was watching his actions. "Let's go." Seeing her look over, Yun Nuoxing shrugged and grabbed her wrist. Just as she was about to leave, she froze. "Where should we go?" How do we teleport out after we teleport in?" Yun Nuoxing froze on the spot and looked at Xian foolishly as she laughed dryly. "Huh." Hearing this, Xian also tilted her head foolishly and looked at him. She didn't know what to say. "Stupid, didn't you just get the core of the divine right weapon? You can use it to open a temporary spatial door to get out." Seeing that both of them were in a daze, Zai's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. She resisted the urge to scold them and said calmly. Yun Nuoxing came to a sudden realization and hurriedly took out the core that he had just put away. He held it in his hand and injected a little energy into it. The crystal emitted a dazzling light, and in an instant the space shrank back into the crystal in a visible form. When she opened her eyes again, Yun Nuoxing realized that they were on the ground, and there was nothing around them. There was only a patch of green in the distance, which was very conspicuous in this yellow world. We came out directly? Seeing this familiar place, Yun Nuoxing thought for a while, then clapped her hands and exclaimed. The ground around them didn't have any dents. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. Of course, the crystal and the small mountain floating in front of them reminded her that this wasn't a dream. I'm afraid that the entire underground world was created by this crystal. Now that you've removed the barrier of that world, you've sent us out, Zai said in surprise after thinking for a while. Yun Nuoxing came to a realization and explained it to Xian. Looking at the sun hanging high in the sky, Yun Nuoxing tugged at her robes. The sun was still so scorching. After identifying the direction, she led the two of them and flew towards the village. They didn't know how long they had been out. Most of the time, they were walking in silence and didn't have any concept of time. According to her estimation, it had been 2 or 3 days. Uncle Lu and the others were probably worried. It was better to go back and report to them first. Otherwise, they would think that they had died in the ruins of the gods. The ruins of the gods weren't far from the village. In less than 10 minutes, they saw the somewhat familiar village. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath of fresh air and couldn't help but sigh. We finally came out of that damned place. Although we took some things, it was too stuffy there. Seeing the intoxicated look on Yun Nuoxing's face, Xian smiled. Mei Mao stopped at the entrance of the village. There were 2 or 3 people standing in the wind. She pointed her finger and smiled. Xing, Uncle Lu, and the others are over there. Yun Nuoxing looked in the direction she pointed and smiled. She pulled Xian, and with a few flashes, appeared in front of Uncle Lu and the others. She smiled. Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu was stunned by the sudden appearance of someone in front of him. His slender eyebrows trembled. After a while, he said in surprise, you're back. Could it be that you couldn't enter and came back? When Yun Nuoxing heard that, she was stunned for a long time. She scratched her head, thinking that they were worried about her. She smiled and said, No, we're back. We're fine. Don't worry. When Uncle Lu heard this, he was also stunned. He exchanged glances with Uncle Ma, who was beside him. His pair of white eyebrows furrowed even deeper, causing Yun Nuoxing to be confused. The former hesitated for a moment, then said, Strangely, you guys only went out for a little over 2 hours? You finished so quickly? 1. This time, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. 2 hours? Not 3 days. 2 hours was just the time it took to go back and forth. What about the rest of the time? Could it be that everything that happened was really a dream? However, he had indeed touched the core of the divine right weapon and even slapped himself. He didn't find anything abnormal. Big brother, Yun, you indeed went out for a short while and came back. Wang Chun saw the situation. Although he didn't know what happened, he still said honestly. Yun Nuoxing and Xian looked at each other for a long time. The former glanced at Wang Chun and waved at him. The latter was stunned and ran over. After patting Wang Chen's shoulder, Yun Nuoxing grinned. She reached out and slapped him. It was so fast that they couldn't react in time. Slap! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Xian felt an inexplicable pain on her face. She couldn't help but cover her face with her hands. She carefully turned her head and saw Wang Chen's red face. Even she felt pain, just looking at him. Wang Chen's eyes widened after being slapped for no apparent reason. His cheeks began to swell at a visible speed, shocking everyone present. Just how much strength did he use? Big brother Yun, what are you doing? After being slapped for no reason, Wang Chen said aggrievedly. His black eyes were filled with tears. It's not a dream. Seeing him cover his mouth in pain, Yun Nuoxing also shook her hands in pain. She reached out and touched Wang Chen's face lightly. Immortal energy surged, and Wang Chen's face returned to normal. Everyone. So she was using Wang Chen to check if it was a dream. Boo-hoo, big brother Yun, you're so mean. Although he had been treated by Yun Nuoxing, and his little face no longer hurt, Wang Chun felt that his heart had been hurt. He cried as he ran. His sorrowful voice made everyone sweat profusely. Xing, you're so mean. Xian tugged at Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and couldn't help but chide her. Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and acted cute. She smiled and said, I'm afraid of pain. Everyone rolled their eyes when they saw this. Chapter 242. In the dead of the night, everything returned to silence. Yun Nuoxing explained to Uncle Lu and the others, and everyone understood what was going on. Actually, it was also because Violet Night had knocked him in his heart, or else he wouldn't have been able to react in such a short time. In the end, when that place disappeared, Uncle Lu and the others didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief or feel depressed. After all, they were all under the orders of their ancestors to guard this place for generations. Now that it disappeared just like that, they really didn't know what to say. It was as if they were suddenly relieved, but also as if a piece of their hearts was empty. After a small celebration in the village, when everyone fell asleep, Yun Nuoxing sneaked out of the door. However, just as he stepped out of the door, he turned back and looked at the two beauties on the bed. Seeing that they were already sound asleep and breathing evenly, he was relieved. He helped them pull up the blanket and sneaked out of the door. This time, he didn't sneak out to dig for stones or anything. He did learn a bit of crystal searching techniques in the village, but it was just a superficial knowledge. After some time, he planned to go to the so-called stone gambling den to take a look. He had the evil spirit, so he could buy whatever he wanted and dig out a dozen or so second-tier materials. However, during this period of time, Ling Hongjian was unusually quiet, and there wasn't any leakage of energy. Just as he was about to ask Violet Knight's voice automatically sounded in his heart. It's not quiet just because it's sealed. I told you before, a divine weapon is beyond your imagination. It's an existence that's close to a living being. Your seal only prevents Ling Hongjian from absorbing energy from the outside world. But that seal with your half-baked spiritual godly physique that hasn't even reached the small success stage, it's already not bad if it can last for 180 days. So, for your precious divine weapon, before its seal breaks, you have to put in some effort to help it advance to the second tier. Yes, hearing this, Yun Nuoxing dejectedly responded. He suddenly felt that it was a bit troublesome to carry so many weapons on him. If there was a day when all of his weapons went berserk, then he would be in trouble. TSK, such a thing wouldn't happen to those ordinary divine tier weapons. You don't have to worry about it. Ziyi sneered when he sensed Yun Nuoxing's thoughts. Helplessly shrugging his shoulders, Yun Nuoxing landed in a small forest at the side. He sneakily looked around the surroundings a few times, using his soul detection to sweep back and forth a few times. After confirming that there was no one around, he nodded his head. With a wave of his right hand, the Ling Hong sword appeared in his hand. Around the silver thin needle, there were a few circles of small black chains surrounding it. Even if the energy was isolated, Yun Nuoxing could still feel a wave of energy that made his heart palpitate. As soon as the Ling Hong sword appeared, Yun Nuoxing directly threw out the other divine weapons and inserted them into the ground within 5 feet. Then, he placed the Ling Hong sword in the center of the sword formation. His hand seals slowly changed, and a formation about 10 feet in size was drawn on the ground. It seemed like he was going to seal it. In just a few minutes, Yun Nuoxing felt that the energy contained in the Ling Hong sword had weakened by a lot. Only then did he put away all the weapons in satisfaction. He patted the Ling Hong sword. Now he no longer felt that palpitating feeling. If I wasn't afraid that some old monster would sense the energy fluctuation on my body when I go to a crowded place tomorrow, I wouldn't have come out in the middle of the night without sleeping. Looking at the quiet Ling Hong sword, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. He put it back into his body and disappeared in a flash. The next morning, Yun Nuoxing woke up early. He stretched on the chair and yawned. Looking at the 2 girls sleeping comfortably on the bed, he couldn't help but sigh. These days, there wasn't even a bed to sleep on. Looking at their cute, sleeping faces, Yun Nuoshing didn't harden his heart to kick them out of bed. He tiptoed out of the stone house and finished his breakfast at Wang Chen's house. He smiled and said, "Little Chen, I'll take you to the stone gambling den to play today. Do you want to come?" "Really?" Wang Chen, who had just put down his bowl and chopsticks, suddenly jumped up and knocked the chair away. The bright stars in his eyes almost blinded Yun Nuoshing. Seeing the latter nod his head, he jumped up excitedly and said with a smile, "I want to see it even in my dreams." "Thank you, Big Brother Yun." I still need you to lead the way. We won't go to Divine Sky City for the time being. Let's not talk about the distance first." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and muttered in his heart, "If I found the materials elsewhere, I wouldn't be bothered to go to Divine Sky City. Now that I'm full of treasures, it'll be fun if I'm targeted by some people. No problem. Even in these oases, there are some small cities. They're at least 1,000 miles away from here. Don't worry, Big Brother Yun, I won't say anything," Wang Chen said excitedly. Hearing this, Wang Chen said excitedly. Seeing Yun Nuoshing's worried expression, he hurriedly promised that he would not cause any trouble. After saying that, Yun Nuoshing asked him to make 2 breakfasts with a sinister smile. After all, the 2 princesses in the stone house had not eaten yet. If he brought them along like this, he was afraid that halfway, their stomachs would shake the sky. However, Wang Chen was so excited that he didn't have any other expression. He skipped to the side and started cooking. Yun Nuoshing ran back to check on the 2 princesses. However, to his surprise, the 2 princesses didn't throw any tantrums when they were woken up. Ming was a little unhappy, but she still jumped out of bed to wash up. Xian, on the other hand, was in a daze for a while. After a while, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and greeted Yun Nuoshing softly. Looking at this cute, sleeping face and hearing that soft xing-xing, Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt that he had no regrets in this life. Of course, this thought was killed by him as soon as it arose. He hurriedly coughed dryly and urged her to get up and wash up. Crystal Rock City was 1,000 miles away from the village. It was a small and bustling city in another oasis. However, compared to those giant cities that were easily hundreds of thousands of miles long and wide, this kind of city was more reasonable and normal. It was more suitable for living. Why do those damned broken cities have to be so big? Look at this. This is the size that people should live in. Floating in the sky outside Crystal Rock City, Yun Nuoshing looked at the city that could be seen in a glance. He suddenly felt very gratified. Finally, he didn't have to come into contact with those boundlessly huge cities. When the 3 of them arrived, it was already close to noon. Although with the speed of an immortal rank expert, 1,000 miles was only a matter of 1 or 2 hours, but he had one hanging on his chest, one in his right hand, and one in his left hand. With these 3 burdens together, Yun Nuoshing realized that the speed he was so proud of could be used to make soup. In the end, he still used the light element in anger, and with a swoosh, he arrived outside the city. Of course, the price was, ugh. Wang Chen held onto a nearby tree for support. His face was pale, and he used all his strength. His mouth bulged, and he vomited out the food that he had eaten this morning. "Spit it out. You'll feel better after you spit it out." Yun Nuoshing patted his shoulder and said indifferently. At the end, he added in his mind, "People who ride the light vehicle for the first time are all like this." However, Xian and the others were already used to it. The first time she was carried by the light element, she held on to Yun Nuoshing and retched for half an hour Crystal Rock City. The city walls were completely cast from a kind of pure white boulder. On the walls, several huge blade marks could be clearly seen. An ancient aura slowly drifted over. According to Wang Chen and the others, this city had been guarding this oasis for a very long time. It had always been the center of this oasis. Although it wasn't really at the center of the oasis, it should be said that it was the center of the oasis. The city was also bustling with activity. The streets were filled with endless streams of people coming and going. Yun Nuoxing couldn't understand what they were saying, so she could only drag Wang Chen, who had just finished vomiting, to be the interpreter. It was Wang Chen's first time coming to such a big city. He wished he could grow a few more pairs of eyes. However, his stomach was currently churning, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He didn't even have the interest to appreciate the city. Due to the language barrier, Yun Nuoxing couldn't understand the village language. She could only ask Wang Chun to inquire about it. There are only a few famous stone gambling dens in Crystal Rock City. There are quite a few of them that are slightly larger. It seems that there are also some branches of other big powers here. They even advertise their shops. Wang Chun took 2 breaths, opened his mouth wide, and rolled his eyes before slowly saying, "What? Advertisements?" When Yun Nuoxing heard that, she was stunned. She looked in the direction that Wang Chun was pointing at and saw a huge red flag hanging on a building. There was even a huge word stone written on it. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. After a while, she laughed bitterly. Of course, she wasn't laughing bitterly because of the signboard. It was because the other side of the signboard was fluttering in the wind. When she turned around, she saw the word Xian written in large letters. Obviously, this was the stone gambling den of the ancient family, the Xian family. I didn't expect the ancient family to be interested in these places. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and looked at the red flag with yellow characters fluttering in the wind. She couldn't help but shake her head. They probably just used this place as a place to attract people's attention. Although these oases are located in remote areas, there is still a decent flow of people. The signboard here is probably to attract people and help the main stone gambling dens in Divine Sky City gain fame, Xian said with a smile as she blinked her beautiful eyes. "Big Brother Yun, which power are you going to find trouble with?" Wang Chen rubbed his palms at the side and asked with bad intentions. "Calm down, we're not here to find trouble." Seeing how excited Wang Chen was, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but hold her forehead. However, even though she said that, her heart was beating fast. She was clearly very excited and passionate about this matter. "Big Brother, you're the one who needs to calm down," Ming said helplessly as she placed her hand on Yun Nuoxing's chest. She could feel her rapidly beating heart. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing chuckled. She looked at her attire and saw that there was nothing wrong with her snow-white clothes. Only then did she lead the 2 of them forward slowly. Of course, they weren't going to the Xian family's stone gambling den. Instead, they were going to a building beside the Xian family that had a similar signboard. It was called the Divine Stone Workshop. When the guards saw Yun Nuoxing and the 2 of them walking over, they wanted to stop them and check their identities. However, when they felt the faint pressure from Yun Nuoxing's body, the guards were immediately intimidated. They quickly straightened their backs and held their breath. They stared straight ahead and didn't even wipe away the cold sweat that was dripping down their eyes. Inside the stone gambling den, a group of people surrounded some strangely shaped stones. They didn't know what they were talking about. They could even see people walking up to the 2nd floor. There were stones here ranging from 5 to 1,000 caddies. Naturally, their prices ranged from 10,000 to 1,000,000 or even 10 million. Without much hesitation, Yun Nuoxing opened his evil spirit eye. Although he was playful, he was still very clear about when to play and when not to. With the opening of his evil spirit eye, all the stones in front of him could be seen clearly. Naturally, he could also see what was inside. However, there weren't many rare items here. At most, there was a material that could barely be considered a Tier 2 item. Furthermore, the energy wasn't pure. Yun Nuoshing realized that many of the stones here were just empty shells. He didn't know if the Divine Stone Workshop had specially verified this. Big brother Yun, most of the stones here are empty. Let's go somewhere else. It's better not to waste money. Wang Chen had learned quite a few crystal-seeking skills in the village. Naturally, he could tell that many of the stones here were just waiting to be bought by spendthrifts. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yun Nuoshing smiled and looked at the stairs on the second floor. Very few people would step foot there. It seemed like the price was a little high. Chapter 243. On the second floor of the Divine Stone Workshop, there was a sign with the word medium hanging in front of the door, indicating that this floor should be an intermediate exhibition. Compared to the first floor, there were a lot fewer people on the second floor. Even after entering the door, Yun Nuoshing felt that the world had suddenly quieted down. It seemed that the decorations on the second floor were even more exquisite than the ones below. At least, the soundproofing effect was not bad. Although this place looked slightly gorgeous, it was still a lot worse than the stone workshop that Yun Nuoshing saw in the Divine Weapon City. However, he didn't say anything. After all, the Divine Weapon City truly explained what it meant to have 1,000 gold stones, and the Divine Stone Workshop in front of him was a lot cheaper. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Although the stones on the second floor weren't considered expensive, the things hidden inside weren't considered treasures. However, there were still some second-tier materials that could barely enter Yun Nuoshing's eyes. For the Ling Hongjian, these things that could barely enter his eyes were all bought. He even violently dismantled them on the spot, took the things, and continued to pick stones. As every stone he picked had something inside, it gradually attracted the attention of some people. As for the onlookers, Yun Nuoshing simply ignored them all. He picked his own stones and let others talk about it. Although he had obtained some sword-forging materials on the second floor, it was still not enough. After all, what Yun Nuo wanted to advance was not some demon-grade weapon or a divine-grade weapon, but the famous Ling Hong sword, which was ranked second on the divine weapon ranking. If he wanted to advance, he had to try his best to do everything. The most important thing, other than the ability of a blacksmith, was the problem of energy shortage. Ziyi had once said that the energy required to upgrade a divine weapon was several times that of a divine weapon of the same level, and a small piece of ordinary first-tier material couldn't even be forged into a sword. Generally speaking, to upgrade a common first-tier weapon, it would probably require about 50 kilograms of first-tier material. However, this also depended on the size of the weapon. If it was stacked all the way to the divine level, one could imagine the amount. This was also the reason why the Ling Hongjian needed to use second-tier or third-tier materials, even though it was clearly a second-tier weapon. After shopping for a long time on the second floor and buying all the materials that caught his eye, Yun Nuoshing finally stepped onto the stairs to the third floor. Although he bought a lot of materials, it was still far from what he needed. The stones here could be said to be worth 1,000 gold. Without some financial resources and strength, people really wouldn't dare to set foot here. The third floor was even quieter than the second floor. Everyone was gathered around the giant stone display, quietly whispering, and then quietly completing the transaction. The atmosphere here was similar to the top floor of the Divine Weapon City's stone workshop. Similarly, when he came out of the passage, he saw a wooden plaque at the side with the words, "A caddy is worth 1,000 gold. That's daylight robbery. It's so expensive. A caddy of crystal stones costs 1,000 gold." Seeing this wooden plaque, Wang Chen was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Just as he opened his mouth and exclaimed, he was slapped by Yun Nuoshing. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief. He was a little mentally prepared for this price. Moreover, it wasn't as expensive as the last time he bought it. However, with the evil spirit's eyes, he discovered that the giant stones weren't obscured. He also understood that the quality of the giant stones here wasn't as good as the ones in the Divine Weapon City. Ming, is there anything special here? Walking down the stairs and seeing so many giant stones displayed, Yun Nuoxing remembered Ming's special senses. He patted her back and smiled. Hearing him suddenly call her, Ming blinked her big, lively eyes. After seriously sensing for a while, she pouted and shook her head, muttering, "No, all right." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing could only shrug helplessly. He knew that Ming's senses were very accurate. Since there wasn't anything, then there shouldn't be anything. To think that he was still thinking about whether he could pick up another divine weapon. It seemed like he was overthinking. Although his fantasy was shattered, Yun Nuoxing wasn't too depressed. He also knew that this kind of thing wasn't something that could be obtained just because he wanted it. However, he also saw some slightly higher grade materials. At the very least, there were quite a few fourth-grade materials on the second floor. Moreover, some of them contained very rich earth elemental energy. Seeing that there was no one standing around the giant stone, Yun Nuoxing smiled slightly. He quickly walked over with Xian and Wang Chen. Looking at the weight of the giant stone, Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. His breathing became irregular for a moment, but he still called someone over and bought it. The old man with white hair walked over. According to Yun Nuoxing's instructions, he cut open the stone, revealing a brown stone the size of a head. Everyone was a little surprised. Such a big stone should weigh about 70 caddies. Like this, the materials for Ling Hong's sword can be considered collected. Gently stroking the brown stone and feeling the pure earth elemental energy, Yun Nuoxing nodded in satisfaction. "Xingxing, why are you always able to find stones that contain things?" Seeing him happily hugging the stone, Xian curiously pulled at his clothes and asked, "This?" Yun Nuoxing smiled. Seeing that the crowd had left, he covered his right eye with one hand and placed his other hand on Ziyan's left eye. The evil spirit eye's energy flowed through his right hand and into Ziyan's left eye. At this moment, the other eye lit up with 5 different colors. The bright colors shined on Ziyan's beautiful face, making her look extremely beautiful. The change in vision made Xian stare blankly. Then she saw that the giant stone in front of her gradually became transparent. The things that existed inside were slowly exposed to her eyes. In the end, it became clear that she could see everything. Of course, some things naturally had to be blocked out. X-ray vision? Xian was a little surprised. Satisfied with her surprise, Yun Nuoxing smiled proudly and slowly explained. "Xingxing, since you have the evil spirit eye and can see through things directly, why do you still want to learn the crystal searching technique?" After hearing this, Xian suddenly understood. However, she was still a little confused. Since there was already a way to search for crystals, why would she still want to find another way? And in that month, she didn't see him use the evil spirit eye to search. Brother is just playful. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Before he could explain, Ming spoke first. "Cough. That's not it. The crystal-seeking technique of the Heaven Meridian Master is the real profession. What I'm using is still an alternative method. Didn't I encounter a situation where the evil spirit couldn't see through the crystal in the Divine Weapon City? Learning the orthodox crystal-seeking technique is just to be safe." Having his goal exposed in an instant, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. However, he still explained without blushing or panicking. The hand that was rubbing Ming's head slightly exerted a little force. "Brother is bullying me." Feeling the hand on his head exerting force, Ming's little face suddenly collapsed, and he muttered with a little grievance, "Xingxing, you're still a child." Xian smiled sweetly. In exchange, Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and his handsome face slightly blushed. Xian's eyes inadvertently glanced at the surrounding boulders. When she saw a certain place, she was stunned. She hurriedly tugged at Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and pointed with her jade finger. She carefully transmitted her voice. "Xingxing, look, there are Kanzai characters. Where—" As soon as these 4 words entered his mind, Yun Nuoxing suddenly turned his head and looked over in a daze. Ever since he saw the historical remains left behind by Tsang Yen Meteor and took away her divine right weapon core, he had secretly fully sensed the 2 words Kanzai. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Looking along the slender jade finger, in the corner of the display, there was a black stone that was smaller than the stone beside it. It was only 1 meter tall, and because its appearance was too normal, it was inconspicuous. Not many people came to visit it. If Xian hadn't mentioned it, Yun Nuoxing might not have noticed it. "Seal, the evil spirit, I pierced through the thick layer of stone." Yun Nuoxing saw that in the center of the stone, there was indeed a word written. He immediately read the word, but he didn't understand what it meant. "Seal." Xian also murmured and repeated it. They looked at each other and shook their heads. There was only 1 word, so there shouldn't be any information. There should be other stones. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly turned his gaze away from the hall on the 3rd floor and searched carefully. However, the result disappointed him. Other than that inconspicuous black stone, there were no words carved on the other boulders. It seemed like it wasn't here. Looking around, Yun Nuoxing quickly walked up and spoke to the old man beside him. He bought the black stone, but he didn't let anyone cut it open. He directly put it into his pendant. "Uncle, which force opened this stone workshop?" After successfully buying the black stone, Yun Nuoxing cupped his fists and asked the old man, "Divine Stone Workshop? That's the branch of the Qin family's main shop in the Divine Sky City." The elder stroked his white beard and smiled. Perhaps it was because he was in a good mood after completing a business deal. He laughed happily and said, "In the Divine Sky City, many forces gather to do business. Due to the unique terrain of the Northern Barren Territory, stone gambling is also a big feature there. In the Divine Sky City, many forces also have their own stone gambling stores. However, that is the main store. In comparison, the price of stone gambling is higher there, and you can play in public." Yun Nuoxing and Xian were stunned. What kind of game was that? "It's a public gamble. Both sides will search for their own stones and compete against each other. Whoever obtains the most precious item from the stone will be the winner. Those who are watching from the sidelines can also place bets on which side will win." The old man chuckled. Excitement flashed across his eyes. "Sounds fun." Yun Nuoxing licked her lips. Xian felt helpless when she saw how eager she was. She knew that Yun Nuoxing's playful heart was aroused again. It's not just fun, it's thrilling. Not only is the Divine Sky City the business base of many forces in the Northern Wilderness, but many young talents often gather there to gamble in the stone gambling dens. The gold coins or crystals thrown out are in the millions. Because there are no restrictions on entry, almost everyone can enter. As long as you have money, you can bet. Maybe you can even make a fortune. It's like heaven. Seeing that Xian was tempted, the old man became even more excited. His spittle made the 2 of them take a few steps back. "You can even gamble." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing instantly laughed evilly, the corners of his mouth stretching to his cheeks. He didn't have much money on him, and he had squandered a little here, making the situation even worse. Although it wasn't a problem for him to support his daily life as a cultivator, his expenses were very high. Since Divine Sky City could openly gamble, then he could use the evil spirit essences to extort a sum of money without holding back. Little star, expression. Expression. It's too wretched. Sai couldn't help but remind him in her heart when she saw his expression. After being despised in his ecstasy, Yun Nuoxing smiled embarrassedly and put away his crescent-shaped mouth. He scratched his head, clasped his fists at the old man, and led the two of them out of the Divine Stone Shop. I'm going to Divine Sky City. As soon as they came out, Yun Nuoxing laughed out loud. He didn't hide his emotions at all. Hearing his words, Ziyin calmly shrugged her shoulders. When they were inside, seeing Yun Nuoxing's expression, she already knew what he was thinking. Now that she heard it, she wasn't too surprised. She only silently mourned for the various factions. She had just witnessed the might of the evil spirit essences. If Yun Nuoxing were to drill into that place, it was really possible that he would make those factions bankrupt. Big Brother Yun, you're going to Divine Sky City? I want to go too. Bring me along. Bring me along. Wang Qin was so happy that he jumped up again. No rush. I'll go in a few days. Right now, I still have some things to deal with. Yun Nuoxing smiled. Now that he had gathered all the materials, Ling Hongjian could also advance. Chapter 244. In a mountain range thousands of miles away from the village, the mountain range was surrounded by greenery. As the sun shone, the sky was dyed in a light green color, giving this place more vitality. In a cave that was covered by dense leaves, there was a faint sound of thunder. It also sounded like the sound of rolling waves. Brown energy, mist constantly surged out of the cave and spread towards the mountain range. In the cave, Yun Nuoxing was sitting upright. His handsome face was covered in sweat, and it flowed down his chin. The brown light illuminated his face. In front of him, a 2-meter-long silver blue needle was suspended in midair. Waves of silver blue and brown energy mixed together spread out like water waves. The astonishing energy caused the surrounding space to tremble. Opposite the rock that Yun Nuoxing was sitting cross-legged, a young lady in purple was also sitting cross-legged. Scalding purple flames drilled out of her body and wrapped around Ling Hongjian. The blazing temperature caused the already unstable space to tremble. Waves of brown energy surged in from outside the fire circle. After being refined and purified by the purple night flame, they condensed into balls of brown energy and poured into the silver blue needle. His soul energy surged out from between his eyebrows and entered Ling Hongjian. He controlled the brown energy that was poured into Ling Hongjian and slowly wrapped it around the silver blue center. Then he controlled the energy to cover the array in the sword. The process of upgrading and strengthening was going on at the same time. At this moment, the array was almost 80% brown. Beside the core, there was a small round brown crystal that was about to take shape. After being taught by Purple Knight, Yun Nuoxing naturally knew that the upgrade was about to be completed. Yun Nuoxing let out a long breath. It had been 3 days since he entered this cave. During this time, he had been upgrading Ling Hongjian. However, the difference between upgrading a divine weapon and an ordinary weapon was not small. For such a difficult task, he naturally needed someone to assist him. Purple Knight jumped out without hesitation. Of course, the main lead was still Yun Nuoxing. After all, he was the only one who had the metal element. However, Ling Hongjian was forged with pure spatial energy. If Purple Knight did not help, he could only watch helplessly. I miss the sunshine outside so much. Yun Nuoxing's murmur entered Zai's ears, and she couldn't help but laugh. She knew that Yun Nuoxing hated the sun, and she could imagine how depressed he was for him to say something like that. After leaving Crystal Rock City and sending Ziyin and the others back to the village, Yun Nuoxing rushed here in a hurry. As long as Ling Hongjian's matter was not resolved, he would not be able to sit or lie down in peace. Although he was in a hurry to advance, he still practiced before the official start. In the corner of the cave, there were some broken weapons neatly placed. They were obviously the failed products from before. I wonder how strong Ling Hongjian will be after he recovers to the second stage. Yun Nuoxing's eyes constantly swept over the floating Ling Hongjian. She was a little expectant. When Ling Hongjian was still at the first level, he was already able to severely injure a divine underworld expert. If he was at the second level, he might be able to cause some damage to a heavenly deity, right? Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little star, you're still underestimating Ling Hongjian. When he was at the first level, he could already deal with a heavenly deity. It's just that you don't know how to use it. When he's at the second level, killing a heavenly deity won't be a problem. Zai, who was connected to his mind, heard his inner thoughts and laughed. After a moment, she said, however, Ling Hongjian's power can only be maximized by using the power of space to drive it. It's a sword forged by condensing the power of space to the extreme, and only the power of space can perfectly control it. Yun Nuoxing recalled that after Ling Hongjian absorbed the space storm that Yishi condensed, he could even severely injure a peak divine underworld expert. He vaguely felt that Zai was right. However, the power of space was an energy that only a deity could control, and he was currently only a small immortal realm cultivator. Let's not talk about the power of space first. Can you teach me how to use it? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was a little excited and said in a fawning manner, I'll teach you in the future. Zai stuck out her tongue coquettishly, which made Yun Nuoxing a little depressed. Wasn't she whetting his appetite? Buzz. While the two of them were chatting, the array inside Ling Hongjian was completely dyed brown. Beside the core, a round brown crystal had condensed and formed. Suddenly, a vast wave of energy was emitted from the core. Bang! An invisible wave spread out, and when it came into contact with the mountain wall, it actually shattered it. The entire mountain shattered in an instant, turning into gravel that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The gravel scattered in all directions, and even the trees in the distance were smashed apart. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly closed his eyes when his vision suddenly brightened. Before his vision could return to normal, he felt a fragrant wind pounce into his embrace. Then his butt left the rock. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that Ziyi had carried him and flew into the sky. The deep black clouds above his head enveloped the surrounding 3 kilometers, and the pressure coming from the clouds made him gulp down a mouthful of saliva. What's going on? Looking at the dark clouds that had condensed without him knowing when, Yun Nuoxing was a little confused. Then he saw Ling Hongjian floating below the dark clouds. The power of space was overflowing, causing the space to tremble slightly. He had a guess in his heart. Heavenly tribulation. Yes, the advancement of a divine weapon will definitely cause a heavenly tribulation. If it's strengthened too much, it will also cause a heavenly tribulation. Moreover, although the range of this heavenly tribulation is smaller, even the gods and underworld gods will not feel good when facing it. Zai nodded. She held his waist with her jade-like hands and retreated outside the range of the dark clouds. If they were to fight within the range of the heavenly tribulation, they would be implicated and cause a heavenly tribulation that matched their level. If Zai was implicated, although she was a divine flame, she would not be any better off if she encountered it. Moreover, she still had to protect Yun Nuoxing. She was fine. Her injuries and whatnot could be healed after a period of rest. However, the latter might directly die. The heavenly tribulation of a divine weapon cannot be resisted by others. It will cause a phenomenon of sharing the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, A divine weapon needs to use the heavenly tribulation to perfect a small flaw in its advancement. If I run in, there will be a small problem. Zai smiled embarrassedly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. What kind of international joke was this? If you were to get involved, you would have to face the heavenly tribulation of the god emperor level, right? Moreover, it was a spiritual object of heaven and earth. The terrifying heavenly tribulation would be much stronger. That was a small problem. All right, didn't I bring you out? Hearing his nagging, Zai stuck out her tongue and gently pinched his waist with her jade-like hands. It hurts. The pain in his waist caused Yun Nuoxing to tremble all over. He laughed bitterly. I didn't say anything. Why did you pinch me? The thunderbolts that filled the sky revolved around the Linghong sword. It was as if a world of thunderbolts had smashed over. However, there was no sound when the two came into contact. The thunderbolts wrapped around the Linghong sword and slowly entered the latter's body. It was as if they were being absorbed. Looks like there's no problem. Seeing that nothing was wrong with Ling Hongjian after he absorbed the lightning energy and the silver-blue light on the sword became brighter, Yun Nuoxing was relieved. The deafening sound of thunder resounded through the sky, ruthlessly ravaging Yun Nuoxing's ears. The flashing light seemed to tear the sky apart. Some black cracks as thick as an arm appeared around Ling Hongjian. This made Yun Nuoxing a little speechless. This was only a heavenly tribulation of one color, but it was already so powerful. He recalled that when he faced the heavenly tribulation of the god emperor level, it seemed to be colorful lightning, right? He wondered what would happen if it was Ling Hongjian's heavenly tribulation of the god emperor level. It's still too early. The heavenly tribulation of the god emperor level is the most special case. Usually, it will only appear when there are many types of energy resonating at the same time. If you don't have the 5 elements in your body, even if you have the spiritual godly body, you won't cause the heavenly tribulation of the god emperor level. At least not now, said Ziyi. How can you know everything I'm thinking? Hearing her voice, Yun Nuoxing knew that Ziyi had heard his thoughts again. He suddenly felt a little depressed. Was there still any privacy to speak of? We are of the same mind. It's a little strange that I don't know what you're thinking. Hearing this, Ziyi smiled sweetly and touched Yun Nuoxing's handsome face. She smiled and said, All right, at most, I won't listen to your thoughts under certain circumstances. What do you mean by certain circumstances? Yun Nuoxing's face twitched a little. He felt that this statement was worth investigating. When you and Zian are whispering sweet nothings to each other, when you're alone, or even, I won't listen. Ziyi counted with her fingers and smiled. Damn, why are you talking about Zian again? Hearing her mention Zian again, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt his face become a little hot. Little star, tell me honestly. Ziyi smiled even more happily when she saw Yun Nuoxing's shy expression. She gently stroked his chest and put her red lips next to his ear. She whispered with a smile, Is there even a trace of her in your heart? As soon as this question came out, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He felt a little guilty when he was stared at by Ziya's bright light purple eyes. He looked away unnaturally and muttered, How would I know? You really don't know? Mei Mao narrowed her eyes with a smile. She wanted to force an answer out of him. I don't know. Yun Nuoxing's eyelids twitched rapidly. He felt a little weak in his heart. Then is there a place for me? Ziyi pinched his red cheeks and smiled again. Yes. Yun Nuoxing was flustered. Forget it. I'm not playing with you anymore. Ziyi rolled her eyes at him in annoyance when she heard him answering her question with a question. She slowly retreated from his body. Yun Nuoshing stuck out his tongue. Ziyi was really too much. She kept asking questions about his feelings. Wasn't she purely trying to embarrass him? Boom. While the two of them were flirting, the pitch-black clouds in the sky flickered with abnormally ferocious lightning. The lightning bolt that was thousands of feet long was like a ferocious beast as it plunged down towards Ling Hongjian. The violent power of the lightning swept out and filled the entire sky. A large area of space shattered. Countless black spatial cracks spread out like a giant mouth that could swallow people whole. The two of them, who were fooling around in the distance, were shocked. The moment Ziyi reacted, she hurriedly grabbed Yun Nuoshing and flew into the distance. They escaped the chaotic energy field before the shock waves reached them. The thousands of feet long lightning bolt struck the ground. The silver-blue pillar of light that connected the heavens and the earth lit up the space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Even Xian and Ziyi, who were far away in the small village, felt an inexplicable surge of energy that made their hearts tremble. Ling Hongjian won't explode, right? They looked at the oasis beneath their feet that had been shattered in an instant. The forest within a radius of nearly 1,000 miles had also been flattened into an endless expanse of flat land. The ground was so flat that there were no obstacles at all. Ling Hongjian is a divine weapon after all. You think that the mere power of lightning can destroy it? You're underestimating them too much. Ziyi sneered. Since ancient times, I've never heard of any method that can destroy a divine weapon. Of course, perhaps no one has tried it before. Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. Divine weapons were all treasures. Who would be willing to take them out to study how to destroy them? The lightning bolt that filled the sky only lasted for a few minutes before dissipating. The dark clouds in the sky also gradually dissipated. Looking at the land that had been ravaged by lightning energy, Yun Nuoshing let out a dry cry. If he had been hit by the overflowing energy just now, his soul would probably have been scattered. The dust that filled the sky slowly settled after a long while. In the clear sky, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Only a slender silver needle that emitted a dazzling silver-blue light was left floating in the air. It was very conspicuous in the clear sky. Buzz. After staying in the same spot for a long time, Ling Hongjian slowly retracted its light. Then it turned into a silver bolt of lightning and appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing in a few flashes. It even circled around him in a very human-like manner. After pausing for a while, it burrowed into his arm. As soon as Ling Hongjian burrowed into his body, Yun Nuoshing felt that it seemed to have strengthened a lot. At that moment, he was slightly delighted. However, what happened next stunned him. He saw that the colorful pattern on his arm that had been still for a long time actually glowed. Then, a part of the colorful pattern actually slowly grew. Ling Hongjian has leveled up. Its power is even greater than before. It's not surprising that the pattern has grown. Ziyi bent down with interest and stared at Mei Mao. He watched closely as the pattern continued to grow. In the end, it only stopped when it covered half of his forearm. You should be glad. The pattern of the divine body will expand as the item in the body strengthens. Didn't I say before that the pattern of the divine body will cover the entire body? Ziyi couldn't help but purse his lips and smile when he saw the gloomy look on his face. How am I supposed to face others? Yun Nuoshing roared in grief and anger when he heard that. Chapter 245. There shouldn't be any problems now, right? Yun Nuoshing smiled helplessly as he patted his arms and slightly glowing chest. This trip had really exhausted him, and he didn't even have time to rest. Well, the divine weapon is very stable once it recovers to level 7. It won't advance so easily. As for now, I still need you to put in more effort. Zai laughed in his heart. No, He knelt down and let out a long cry. As soon as he returned to the village and pushed open the door of the stone house, Yun Nuoxing saw Xian and Ming sitting opposite each other on the bed. When they saw him return, they were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly rushed over. Xingxing, are you okay? Is Ling Hongjian all right? Xian asked a little worriedly when she saw his somewhat tired, handsome face. Ming also directly jumped into Yun Nuoxing's arms. She wrapped her little arms around his neck and asked with concern, Big brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Ling Hongjian is fine too. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and smiled as he touched Ming's soft purple-black hair. He looked at the deep, purple Mei Mao's eyes that were filled with concern and felt a slight warmth in his heart. When he thought of Zai's question just now, his face couldn't help but turn red. He hurriedly coughed, dryly, and disappeared before he was discovered. He walked to the bedside and changed the topic. He pulled Xian to the bedside and sat down on the hard stone chair as he asked with a smile, What happened? Why did you look so serious just now? Well, Xian sighed when she heard Yun Nuoxing mention this. She twirled a strand of her long hair a few times with her jade fingers and slowly said, Xingxing, how much money do you have left? Money? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He calculated in his heart and said, I have less than 40 million left, right? The previous expenses were a little high, so I didn't even calculate when I was using it. Why? What do you need money for? Yun Nuoxing asked with a smile. No, it's just that Ming and I were just settling a debt. Xingxing, you're going to travel all over the God realm, so you can't always choose to do it by yourself, right? Plus, you'll have to spend a lot of money on the road, just like the money you used to buy materials for Ling Hongjian. Xian shook her head helplessly. Just now, when Ming asked her to do some calculations, she realized that the cost of this trip was actually quite high. I'm fine. It's just money. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was not worried at all. Instead, she laughed out loud and patted Ming's back. Although we are a little poor now, didn't we agree to go to the Divine Sky City? In any case, with the evil spirit, I won't lose. Moreover, he had hidden a large pile of holy-grade Xian crystals. Xian Yin had also given him a pile of materials. If he had no other choice, he could use them to auction. It should cause a stir. I think I can. Is there anything I can help with? Hearing this, Xian was startled. She had forgotten about Yun Nuoxing, the divine tool to get rich. When she came back to her senses, she stuck out her tongue and smiled. You. Looking at the hopeful Mei Mao, Yun Nuoxing was startled. It seemed like she really wanted to help her. However, there was really nothing she could help with at the moment, and she could not directly say that he was here for her 5 elements body. There's nothing I can help with. Sister, you can just hide behind me and be a beautiful girl. Yun Nuoxing thought. No, that's too silly. There's a price for helping you. Sister, why don't you use your body? Damn, what am I thinking? Yun Nuoxing's face turned red, and she almost sent the stone house flying. Scratching her head in distress, Yun Nuoxing stared at the Mei Mao. After thinking for a long time, she made up her mind. Seeing Xian's blushing face, she reached out her hand and patted her head. Smiling gently, he said, In the future, Xian will definitely be able to help me. When he did this, Yun Nuoxing felt that his face was boiling hot. However, he still calmly finished speaking. Her soft hair brushed against his palm, making him feel very comfortable. Xian was a little confused by his actions. She nodded blankly. Other than her family, he was the only one who had done this before. It felt a little different. The two of them looked at each other shyly. The atmosphere was a little ambiguous. The atmosphere is pretty good. The relationship between the two of them has improved. This is a good sign. If this continues, one day I'll be able to hug little Star and Xian's baby. In Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world, Zai, who had been paying close attention to the two of them, wrote down the date and location in a book in her hand. She recorded this down and then giggled. She switched her line of sight to the book. There were many dates and many things written in it. Although they were not big or small events, without exception, they all revolved around Yun Nuoxing and Xian. If Yun Nuoxing saw this little book, she would probably burn it to ashes. The next day, Yun Nuoxing and the others woke up early. The sun had just risen from the top of the mountain, and the orange light had just shone on the village. At this time, many people in the village had already woken up and were busy working. Wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys of every household. They were not in a hurry to fly towards Divine Sky City. Yun Nuoxing and the others went to Wang Chen's house. He had promised to take them around Divine Sky City, so he naturally would not go back on his word. However, as soon as they entered Wang Chen's house, Yun Nuoxing and the others were warmly pulled to sit down by the Queen Mother. She kept thanking him for helping to take care of Wang Chen, and even invited him to eat breakfast. Only then did she send them out and remind them to be careful. Your mother is so enthusiastic. Feeling the Queen Mother's enthusiasm, Yun Nuoxing could not help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. He was a little overwhelmed. Ha! Hearing this, Wang Chen laughed out loud. Then he looked curiously and excitedly at the sun god bow under his, and could not help but praise it. Divine Sky City was tens of millions of miles away from the village. It was a long journey, and they had to bring along someone who could not fly. Even if they used the sun god bow, it would still take some time to travel through the night. Divine Sky City is the center of the northern wilderness. Xingxing, you came from outside the Divine Lands, so you don't know the general distribution of the Divine Lands. There are 4 central cities in the Divine Lands: Divine Sky City in the northern wilderness, Wanyuan City in the southern wilderness, Sea God's Domain in the eastern sea, and Meteor City in the western domain. They are all top cities in the Great Divine Lands. Knowing that Yun Nuoxing was not familiar with the distribution of the cities, Xian explained in detail. Actually, there is someone who left our village in Divine Sky City. He came back a few years ago. I don't know if we can find him in the city. Wang Chen also smiled. You know someone? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was slightly happy. Yes, a few years ago, a college came to the oasis to recruit students. At that time, someone from our village was chosen. They said that he was talented, so they took him away. A few years ago, they came back and said that he was living in Divine Sky City now. Wang Chen thought for a while and said, "Oh." Yun Nuoxing nodded and took out the treasure map. Seeing that there was no problem with the direction, she closed her eyes and rested in peace. They crossed countless mountains and flew across endless deserts. It only took them 10 days to travel tens of millions of miles. On the way, many people saw the golden lightning that flew across the sky and hurried towards the northeast. Divine Sky City had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It was a comfortable and lush forest, and its scale was hundreds of thousands of miles. It was so big that it seemed to be boundless. It seemed to be even bigger than Xingming City. The oasis where the Divine Sky City was located was the largest and calmest oasis in the northern barren territory. There were no small cities around it. Only the Divine Sky City stood in the center of the oasis. Many powerful forces had set up their bases here. After leaving the desert, the temperature dropped slightly. Although it was close to autumn and the smell of the end of summer had not dissipated, there was already a slight chill here. Yun Nuoxing and the others also changed out of their cool white robes. The spacious road meandered through the forest, allowing hundreds of horses to travel side by side. From time to time, A gust of wind would blow through the air, blowing the people below to the left and right. Immediately, there were sounds of cursing, but when they looked up and saw the strange beasts, they suddenly fell silent. In the sky, Xian lay on the edge of the sun god bow. May Mao stared at the road below and said softly, "So many people. We are not far from Divine Sky City. Let's play a parachute." The sun god Bao is too eye-catching. Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, "Parachute?" Xian and Wang Chun were stunned. How were they going to parachute? Hee, Yun Nuoxing smiled evilly. Before the two of them could react, she hugged Ming and Xian in her arms and carried Wang Chun with one hand. Then she stepped on the bowstring with both feet. With a thought, the sun god Bao was automatically pulled to its full length. Ha! Wang Chun was stunned and reacted half a beat slower. Xing, wait, don't. Xian was the first to react. She was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. However, before she could say anything, "Okay, human Bao, shoot." Yun Nuoxing laughed and tightened her arm around Xian. With a thought, the bowstring was pulled, and the four of them flew straight towards Divine Sky City, like an arrow. The ear-piercing sound of the explosion was mixed with Wang Chen's shrill scream. There was a dragon, head made of stone, on the 100-meter-tall city gate. The bronze city wall stretched into the distance. It looked like a huge dragon crawling on the ground. The city wall was as smooth as a mirror. There were no traces of rain erosion, but one could feel an ancient feeling from it. There are so many people. Standing 100 meters away from the city wall, she looked at the people coming and going at the city gate. The noise was intertwined. Yun Nuoxing felt a little dizzy when the noise entered her ears like magic. Blurg. Wang Chen's face was pale. He held onto a tree and vomited. His stomach was churning. "Vomit. You'll feel better after you spit it out." Yun Nuoxing straightened his face, patted him on the shoulder, and said lightly, "Xing." At this moment, even Xian, who was used to traveling at close to the speed of light, couldn't take it anymore. She collapsed weakly in Yun Nuoxing's arms. Her pretty face was slightly pale, and she looked pitiful. This could be seen from the gazes that were directed at them. Big Brother is naughty. Ming was the only one who was fine. After all, she had been with Yun Nuoxing for a long time. What kind of traveling method had she not tried? Ha ha ha! Yun Nuoxing laughed awkwardly when she heard this. "Well, you'll get used to it." Yun Nuoxing smiled and patted Ziyan's head as a green light flickered on his fingertips. The gentle wood element entered Ziyan's mind through his fingers and calmed down the dizziness. After using the same method to deal with Wang Chen, Yun Nuoxing clapped her hands and smiled happily. Let's go and see what's so great about Divine Sky City. Chapter 246. In the spacious Divine Sky City, there were rows upon rows of buildings. Every few steps, they would see a huge palace in front of them, all exuding an aura of glory and prosperity. The palace in the sky is a tea house, and the palace on the ground is a restaurant. One word, expensive, and one word, extremely luxurious. Yun Nuoxing gave this evaluation after taking a small stroll around Divine Sky City. Even though he was very picky, he couldn't help but be amazed by the luxury of this place. "Wang Chun, where is the person you were talking about?" Yun Nuoxing turned around and asked. He had just arrived in Divine Sky City and was unfamiliar with the place, so he had to find someone to understand the situation first. Let me think. Where is Liao Tiange?" Wang Chun frowned and thought for a while. Liao Tiange, a force? Yun Nuoxing also frowned and looked around, but he couldn't find any sign of this force. After all, Divine Sky City was too big, and looking for something on the streets was like looking for a needle in a haystack. "Uncle, where is Liao Tiange?" He had no choice but to ask a passerby, "Kid, is this your first time in Divine Sky City? You don't even know where Liao Qianga is." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked at Yun Nuoxing. He pointed to a spot in the sky and said, "There, just over there. You will know after walking 5 streets." Yun Nuoxing cupped his hands and ran in that direction with the others. Very few people could fly in Divine Sky City, so Yun Nuoxing and the others naturally wouldn't fly. However, with Yun Nuoxing and the others' strength, even if they didn't fly, it wouldn't take them too long to walk through a few streets. When they passed by a corner and raised their heads, even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A silver-white palace floated in the sky, with hundreds of stairs extending from the platform below. An ancient aura poured down from the sky, and at the top of the palace, the words Liao Qianga were especially eye-catching. If one flew in the sky, it would be difficult to miss it. "Wow, so domineering," Yun Nuoxing touched his face and said with a dry mouth, "This palace was built in the sky. Is it a good idea to just go up like this? Shouldn't we greet them at their doorstep first?" A moment later, Wang Chun followed Yun Nuoxing up the long and slender steps. However, the former was a little uneasy. In his opinion, this was already considered the territory of the other party. Would it be taboo to casually enter? It's okay. Anyway, there's no sign that says private territory, no entry at the bottom of the stairs. It shouldn't be a problem for us to walk around. Besides, we're just going to look for someone, not steal anything. Why are you so nervous? Yun Nuoxing laughed when she saw Wang Chen's timid look. Liao Qianga was tens of thousands of feet tall, and his entire body was a silver palace. Moreover, it should be a world of its own. Through the evil spirit, Yun Nuoxing saw traces of spatial fluctuations. The real Liao Qianga should not be as big as a palace. As expected, it's not as simple as a palace. Her outstretched palm touched something in the void. No matter how much force she used, she could not move it at all. When her evil spirit eye saw that her palm had touched a transparent barrier, Yun Nuoxing smiled slightly. She did not do anything useless. She simply took out her Linghong sword and gently slashed it at the barrier in front of her. Then, with a push of her palm, the barrier opened up a gap the size of a door. "Let's go." Yun Nuoxing laughed and took the lead to walk in. As soon as they passed through the barrier, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. The Silver Palace was rooted on a huge floating continent. There were plains and mountains, and a sea of flowers alternated. A gentle breeze blew, and countless petals danced in the wind. In the distance, the white clouds and the blue sky seemed to be the same color. 1 or 2 birds flew across the sky from time to time. It was like a paradise on earth. The back garden. This was Yun Nuoxing's first impression of this place. It did not look like a holy land for cultivation at all. Instead, it looked more like a place for leisure and tourism. "It's so beautiful," said Xian in surprise as Mei Mao sized up this self-made world. After coming in, Wang Chun looked around and fumbled in his clothes for a while. Then, he slowly took out a silver token and crushed it with force. Not long after the token was crushed, a figure rushed out of the Silver Palace. The figure paused in the sky for a while before flying in the direction of Yun Nuoxing. In a few blinks of an eye, the figure appeared in front of them. The silver figure slowly landed, revealing a handsome face with a simple and honest expression. His bronze skin looked full of strength. A pair of black eyes stared at Yun Nuoxing the moment he appeared. His silver robes swayed gently in the wind, and he had a smile on his face. When he saw Wang Chun, he could not help but laugh. "Hee, little Chun, you're here. You've grown up." "Big brother, Lu Yi." Seeing this person, Wang Chun also laughed and introduced him. Big Brother Lu Yi, this is Big Brother Yun. He's the one who saved our village. Hearing that, the smile on Lu Ye's face deepened. He held onto Yun Nuoxing's hand passionately and said with a smile, I've long heard of Brother Yun's name. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. I'll first thank Yun Nuoxing for his kindness. Brother, you're flattering me. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh and said, Big Brother Lu, we've come to Divine Sky City today. You're more familiar with this place. Introduce it to us, Wang Chen said with a smile. Lu Yi naturally would not reject such a small request. He smiled and nodded. Then, under the shocked gazes of the few people, he flew back into the palace. However, he flew back out after a short while with a silver pendant in front of his chest. Seeing the confused gazes of the few people, Lu Yi smiled foolishly and said, I just went to ask for leave from the elders. Yun Nuoxing nodded in understanding, seeing that he had walked out of this world first. He also followed closely behind with Xian and the others. Little brother, is there anywhere you want to go? Lu Yi asked after coming out of Liao Qianga. Divine Sky City was so big that it was impossible to visit all of it. In a short period of time, they naturally had to go to some very meaningful places. There's nothing in particular that I want to go. Just bring us around the city. Let's also take a look at some of the stone gambling dens. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a moment before replying. His heart was still tangled up with the God's Generation text that he had seen in Crystal Rock City. However, the only clue he had was that it came from the Qin family, but he did not know where the Qin family's stone gambling hall was. The stone gambling den? Hearing this, Lu Yi nodded and slowly planned a route in his heart. He led the group of people from Yun Nuo Planet around the streets and explained along the way there are countless forces gathered in the Divine Sky City. There are all kinds of people here. No matter who you see, don't judge a book by its cover. Maybe a weak young master who looks like a coward is the grandson of an elder of a big force. Or maybe he is a senior who is already very old. He might even be able to step on the feet of a god. Divine Sky City has existed for a very long time. It is said that it has existed since the Dark Age. At that time, in order to resist the attack of the demon race, the city walls were built very hard. Although it does not look as safe as some cities with high walls, in times of danger, it can still mobilize a trace of the god's power that the god left in the city. It can be said to be impregnable. This is also the reason why you can't fly outside Divine Sky City. If you fly within 1,000 miles, you will feel a great pressure. This is the influence of the god's power that the god left behind. In Divine Sky City, the top seedlings of many big forces, god's sons and goddesses, will appear here. Most of them are the chosen heirs of their forces. Our Liao Qianga's god's sons and goddesses are also playing in some corner of the city. If you are lucky, you might see them. Look, Lu Yi suddenly pointed to the sky. A huge palace that covered a large area with shadows floated in the sky. The entire palace was golden, and it really explained what was called golden splendor. This is the biggest auction house in Divine Sky City, the Golden Jade Palace. Of course, it is not wrong to say that it is the biggest auction house in the northern wilderness. This auction house belongs to the gold. Hearing this word, Yun Nuoxing immediately thought of the Gold Divine Palace and said, Gold Divine Palace? Yes, it is the Gold Divine Palace. Hearing this, Lu Yi looked at him with a bit of surprise. Then she continued with a smile, In the auction house, there are some rare items that appear in the auction house from time to time. For example, holy Xian crystals, strengthening materials above the 8th level, God-level crystals, God-level weapons, God-level armor, and so on. Every time they appear, It will cause a huge uproar in Divine Sky City. Some big forces will even fight for them until their faces turn red. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's eyelids twitched rapidly. What a wastrel! Why not keep the god-level items for themselves when they are auctioning them? Over there, across the street, there are stone gambling houses. There are stone gambling houses from the 9 great elemental temples to the 8 ancient families. There are also some unknown forces that are not weaker than them. They all do business here. After all, in the northern wilderness, the most sold items are Xian crystals and materials. Lu Yi pointed to the manors across the street and introduced them one by one. Yun Nuoxing was a bit speechless. Palaces were not enough, but manors? The restaurant of the demon mystic sect, the clothing city of the Misheng Pavilion from the Divine Prefecture. Damn it, even the city is here, Yun Nuoxing complained fiercely. And there, Lu Yi smiled helplessly and pointed to a palace on the lake that was decorated with red lights and green wine. No, it was decorated with the fragrance of flowers. The scale of the palace was not small at all compared to those big restaurants, and so on. What is that? Yun Nuoxing was stunned and asked when she heard that he stopped talking. Lu Yi rubbed her hands and carefully glanced at Zi Yan, whose pretty face was filled with curiosity. Then she looked at Yun Nuoxing and said in a low voice, "Hee, sister-in-law is here. It's hard for me to say, cough." As soon as she said this, Yun Nuoxing and Zian coughed violently at the same time. Their beautiful faces suddenly turned red. Then they looked at Lu Yi shyly and said in unison, "It's not like that. Big brother, sister-in-law, don't be shy. In our village, it's not uncommon for people of this age to be married." Lu Yi laughed and said when she heard the two say the same thing. Obviously, although Yun Nuoxing and Zian looked like they were only 15 or 16 years old, they had already regarded them as a married couple. It's really not like that. When the two heard this, they panicked even more. They hurriedly waved their hands to explain, but they found that the more they explained, the worse it became. Seeing Lu Yi laughing like that, the two could only lower their heads. They didn't know what to say. It wasn't until Wang Chun came forward to explain that Lu Yi looked at the two of them in surprise, and then looked at the palace on the lake. "That's the Drunken Immortal Restaurant." Lu Yi laughed softly. "Where is it?" Hearing these 3 words, Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes, and Wang Chun shyly turned his head away. Only Zian asked in confusion. His curious look made people unable to bear answering this question. "Big brother, where is this place?" Coincidentally, Ming also asked this question at this time, making Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 men a little ashamed. They didn't know how to answer without hurting this cute little girl's heart. "It's that place." Lu Yi scratched her head and finally used the method of hinting. "That place." Zian tilted her head, indicating that she didn't understand. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. She helplessly smiled bitterly, put her mouth close to Zian's delicate ear, and whispered. Then he saw that the beautiful face was covered in blood in an instant. It was so red that it could even drip blood. When Lu Yi saw this, she could only carefully smile and look at it. Big brother, seeing Zian like this, Ming was even more curious. "Ming, that's just a place to eat." Her beautiful eyes glared at Yun Nuoxing, who was glancing at her in the sky. Zi Yan quickly calmed her state of mind, rubbed Ming Ming's head with her jade-like hand, and laughed softly. "Oh," blinking his large eyes, Ming Ming nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 247. There were many people standing by the shore of the huge lake. The lush forest surrounded the drunken fragrance lake. There were many people coming and going here, and they all had one thing in common. They would stay by the shore for a long time, not leaving for a long time. Many big boats inlaid with precious stones and crystals were drifting on the lake. Occasionally, the people on the boats would look at the people on the other boats and talk. Most of these people were young elites. If they had a book in their hands, they would look like scholars, making people think of those wandering poets. The Drunken Fragrance Restaurant is one of the 9 famous brothels in the Divine Sky City. Brother Yun, you might find it strange, but it's not surprising that there are such places in the Divine Sky City. After all, cultivators are humans too. They're not gods without desires who want to indulge themselves in the mortal world. That's why there are such places. Furthermore, the Drunken Fragrance Restaurant is not a building, but a force. Although it doesn't have a good reputation, its strength is still one of the best. It's said that many big forces are related to them. Lu Yi thought for a while and continued. According to our Liao Tiange's elder, those god-level seedlings all have an unbreakable relationship with the young lady in the restaurant. Furthermore, in the Divine Sky City, it's not just strength that ranks the top 3. The brothels there are also some of the best. As Lu Yi said this, there was some expectation in his eyes, as if he really wanted to go in and take a look. All the forces are related to them. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was a little stunned. He thought that only some ordinary people would go to this kind of place. Most cultivators cared about their own face, so they shouldn't go to these places. However, the news he heard today almost overturned his worldview. Because of this, he wanted to say one thing. The richest circle was really messy. Suddenly, cheerful and beautiful music floated on the surface of the lake. It was as if the world was full of wind chimes playing. It was as if 100 phoenixes were playing together, as if 100 birds were paying homage to the phoenix. It was also as if a wonderful sound from the immortal world was transmitted into people's hearts, making them feel intoxicated. Yun Nuoxing pursed her lips when she saw that everyone had their eyes closed, as if they were enjoying themselves. She mumbled, "It's not as good as playing the strings." During the 1 year they spent together, Xianyin would play softly by his side whenever she was free. That was the true divine melody. It was as if the great Tao world was playing together, but it was not noisy at all. Instead, it was clear and pleasant to the ear. How could the music here compare to it? Ah, this feels so good. After a long time, the music slowly stopped. Only then did Lu Yi let out a moan. It was as if her heart had melted from the music. Chu Ilian, it should be her. Rumor has it that there's a disciple in the drunken immortal tower whose music is said to be the best in the Divine Sky City. She's also a rare beauty who's capable of causing the downfall of a city. Many disciples from different forces have come for her. Lu Yi patted her chest as if she was reminiscing about the music just now. Ha ha! Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing chuckled. She looked directly at Xian at the side and laughed in her heart. No matter how beautiful she is, can she be as beautiful as Xian? Ha! Little star, why is your first reaction comparing Xian to her? Suddenly, Ziyi laughed in his heart as well, causing his face to twitch. In the drunken immortal lake, fog curled around. A colorful light boat floated on the lake, and some intoxicating music faintly floated out. There was a blurry figure on it. Although it was covered by fog, one could vaguely see the figure of a young girl. Most of the people present were cultivators. Although there was fog, it wasn't a big problem for them. Their eyes could see through the fog, and they could clearly see the young girl's appearance. She sat quietly on the light boat. Her tight, white clothes accentuated her slender waist in a soul-stirring manner. Her fine black hair danced behind her back. Her stunning face was suffused with a tranquil indifference. A silver-white headband accentuated her cuteness. Her slender, jade-like hands gently swept across the harp in front of her. Her entire being appeared like a flawless fairy. However, her beautiful eyes had never opened, making them less attractive. She's not as good-looking as Xian. Through the evil spirit, Yun Nuoxing looked at her curiously. Suddenly, she couldn't help but clap her hands and exclaim. Although this young girl had her own charm, she was still a little lacking compared to Xian. However, she could still be compared. However, the main point seemed to be, Big Brother Yun, you said what's on your mind. Seeing Xian's blushing face, Wang Chen couldn't help but poke Yun Nuoxing with his finger. He knew that the latter had accidentally said something terrible. After being poked in the waist by Wang Chen, Yun Nuoxing finally reacted. He covered his mouth with his hand and stared blankly at Ziyan. Seeing Ziyan's blood-red face and her beautiful eyes that were occupied by shyness, he suddenly felt sweaty. He didn't expect that he couldn't help but spit out what he was thinking. Xian, Yun Nuoxing wanted to clarify to prevent the misunderstanding from deepening. Thank you, Xingxing. However, Ziyan's complexion suddenly returned to normal. That crimson red disappeared without a trace. Her beautiful eyes blinked at him, and she even cutely stuck out her little tongue. Seeing Xian's reaction, Yun Nuoxing knew that this misunderstanding didn't need to be clarified. Lu Yi saw the two of them and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This was the most suitable yet awkward couple he had ever seen. Thinking of this, he carefully looked at Xian and then at the person hidden in the fog. He couldn't help but shake his head. Yun Nuoxing wasn't wrong. At least, Xian's figure was better than the latter's. This must be Chu Yilian. I've heard of her long ago. She's talented and beautiful. In the whole northern wasteland, the whole divine continent, no, in the whole god realm, it's hard to find such a beauty. It's a pity that she was born in this sect. In this life, she's destined to not be able to come out clean. Some people were discussing, seemingly very regretful. After all, the drunken immortal house didn't have a good reputation. This had nothing to do with strength. If there was anything to do with it, it would be the two words, wind and moon. Once you've embarked on this path, there's no turning back. However, even though she was born in such a sect, the beautiful Chu Yilian didn't have a trace of dust. She was untainted by the mud, pure and clean. The ethereal, immortal aura that filled her whole body made her seem like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. She could be seen from afar, but couldn't be touched. She was otherworldly and holy. Yun Nuoxing sighed. No matter how good her temperament was, she was still a chess piece. It was just a matter of how much influence she had. In this kind of sect, there were no so-called human rights to speak of. Everyone only cared about how much benefit they could get from a girl. In the end, Chu Yilian couldn't avoid this principle. He felt that the immortal indulgence had made use of the psychology of seeking novelty in the hearts of the people. They insisted on lighting up a lamp in a dark place, insisted on building a tall tower in a bottomless valley, insisted on creating a pure and holy celestial maiden that didn't eat the food of the mortal world. Is this sarcasm or contrast? Yun Nuoxing murmured, making everyone silent for a moment. But father once said, a hero doesn't ask where he comes from. In a dark place, there's always a bright lamp. At the end of despair, there's always a little hope. In the darkest front, there's always a light. Xian thought for a moment and said softly, Perhaps it's like this. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing nodded and didn't say anything else. Xian saw his tacit agreement and opened her small mouth. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed it back. She stared at him with her bright eyes and laughed softly in her heart. Because, Star, you're the lamp that illuminates me in the dark. Perhaps he didn't realize that after knowing him, Even her personality had changed a lot. The colorful light boat slowly floated in the air. Under the colorful light, it was as if there was a jade palace, a piece of ethereal mist. The sound of nature came from the colorful light in the mist. It was clear and elegant, as if it was engraved in the bones, but it was also ethereal and untraceable. Under the moonlight, the sound of the zither floats. As if the words were precious, the wonderful sound of the zither came from the mist, causing an uproar among the people by the lake. Tonight, Chu Ilian was going to play under the moonlight. She was one of the most beautiful girls in the Divine Prefecture, and her name was known all over the world. Perhaps the drunken immortal lake would be full of people tonight. Let's go! The highlight is tonight. To be honest, I've lived in the Divine Sky City for so long, but I've never seen Fairy Chu play in person. This time, we definitely can't miss it. Hearing the heartwarming sound, Lu Yi was intoxicated for a moment, then laughed out loud, as if she was looking forward to the zither banquet tonight. Yes, let's go. Yun Nuoshing nodded. He also came to take a look with some curiosity. Walking on the bustling street, the hawkers on the street were all trying their best to sell. It could be said that they were exaggerating. Even Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but take a second look, although these goods were more or less exaggerated. He also realized that there were some good things among them. Flame crystal stone, level 3 material, exquisite jade, level 4 herb, jade, lotus bottle, immortal level Dharma artifact. Yun Nuoshing's eyes quickly swept through the stalls. He found many things that caught his eye. He also needed to collect some level 3 to level 7 materials now. After all, Ling Hongjian still needed to continue to advance. Moreover, other than Ling Hongjian, there was also the Netherworld ruin sword that had mysteriously disappeared. Even if it was just for these 2 divine weapons, he had to spend some money. However, although there was a need, he didn't buy it directly. He went around a few stalls and compared the goods. After a long time, he stopped at a small stall. The price-performance ratio seemed to be higher. Then he haggled for a while before he put it in his pocket contentedly. If you don't have too much confidence, I don't recommend you go to the big stone gambling dens to gamble. After all, those grand places look very luxurious. The stones inside are all carefully selected before being displayed. If you don't have a good eye, it's very easy to buy stone eggs that have nothing. Walking to a slightly quieter place, Lu Yi pointed at those huge palaces and said, "Scam money?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. They were all selected before they were sold. Wasn't this a scam? That's not entirely the case. There are different levels of stone gambling inside. Although most of them have already been tested, there are still people who have found good things inside. There was once a holy grade Xian crystal. That Force's face turned green. Lu Yi said with a smile, "Holy level, mysterious crystal." Hearing the name, Yun Nuoshing stuck out his tongue. He also had this kind of thing, but he didn't know if there was a divine level mysterious crystal. "Where can I get the money quickly?" Tilting his head, Yun Nuoshing asked. He wasn't very interested in the materials. If they weren't too rare, he wasn't in a hurry to collect them. He just needed to store 180 pounds of them. Moreover, he was mainly here for the money. Open go. Go to those big Forces. Those manors just across the street. There are often people gambling. It's a good choice to go there now. Lu Yi thought and said, "Roar. We must gamble until they go bankrupt." Yun Nuoshing smiled evilly. Chapter 248. Night fell slowly. Countless stars hung in the sky. The night sky was full of stars. Under this starlight, even Divine Sky City was dyed with some fluorescence. It looked very beautiful from 10 miles away. Yun Nuoshing felt that there was an extra type of energy in his body. He was slightly shocked. He sensed it, and realized that this energy was very mysterious. It was vast and boundless, but also very weak. Specks of light lit up outside his body, just like the divine sky city that was stained with starlight. It was so bright that it was dazzling. He lowered his head slowly and turned his palm twice. After looking at it carefully for a while, he murmured, "This is the power of the stars." Huh. Seeing him suddenly stop in his tracks, Lu Yi and the others were stunned. They turned their heads in confusion and were a little stunned to see that Yun Nuoxing was wrapped in a ball of fluorescent light. Specks of energy floated on the surface of his body, looking like a different kind of charm. The spiritual godly body could contain all the energy in the world. It was very sensitive to energy. Although Xian and the others did not feel it, Yun Nuoxing could sense this weak power of the stars very clearly. Also, this weak power of the stars seemed to be attracted to him unintentionally. Speaking of which, every night when the stars appear in the night sky, Divine Sky City will absorb the power of the stars. The faint fluorescence will light up the sky. Even if there are no lights, the entire city will be very bright. Therefore, Divine Sky City is also called the City of Stars, Lu Yi said. No wonder. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. Although the spiritual godly body could absorb the power of the stars, the starry sky was too far away after all. The power of the stars seeped down and was diluted in the vast space. It was very difficult for a little bit of the power to land on the inhabited land. Even if this little bit was absorbed, it was equivalent to nothing. However, the power of the stars gathered in Divine Sky City was the brightest at night. The power of the stars, which was difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with, was indeed very abundant here. That was why Yun Nuoxing could absorb it. The immortal qi in my body seems to have become much purer. It even has the unique aura of the stars. Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised as he looked at his body that was becoming brighter. At this moment, he was like a luminous pearl that was emitting a bright light on the street. There's no need to light up the lamp. Little Star has really become a star this time. Violet Knight noticed this and couldn't help but laugh. After being teased by Ziyi, Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. This had nothing to do with him. The power of the stars had surged over on its own. He didn't even try to control it, nor was he able to control it. What could he do? Ordinary people won't have any special reaction when they touch the star power. It's because you have the receiving spirit, godly body. This kind of body is very sensitive to energy. It will automatically absorb the pure energy into your body. Ziyi said, "Speaking of which, when I went to find you, the star power entered my body. At that time, Jin Jinwang even asked me if I had some kind of body. At that time, I thought I was just a mortal body." Yun Nuoxing suddenly smiled bitterly. "Well, after all, you are a god. You still have the corresponding eyesight. On the other hand, were you shocked when you found out that you have the receiving spirit godly body?" Ziyi laughed. "No, I was dumbfounded because I had never heard of it. At that time, I didn't even know about the so-called body. It was only after I found out that I had the receiving spirit godly body that I slowly came into contact with this kind of thing." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and squeezed his palms. He felt that his strength had improved a little. Although it's a good thing to improve your strength, this is too eye-catching. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and stopped walking. He looked around. Many people on the street stopped to look at this humanoid object that was emitting fluorescent light. They didn't understand what had happened, but it made him smile bitterly. Wasn't this making things difficult for him? "Let's go." "Ignore it." Hearing Yun Nuoxing's bitter smile, Lu Yi reacted and hurriedly asked, "Little brother, are you okay?" "I'm okay. I'm used to it." Yun Nuoxing shook his head and lied. After all, it was his first time coming into contact with this situation. Among these people, only Xian and Ming could figure out what was going on. The stars are so dazzling. Although Xian knew, he couldn't help but complain. This made Yun Nuoxing feel a little helpless. As time passed, the light on his body seemed to become brighter. It was obviously a glimmer, but it was very bright. At night, divine Sky City was still full of vitality. Along the ancient streets, many people could be seen bustling. Even the roads were glowing with fluorescent light. However, when these fluorescent lights came into contact with a pair of feet, they would rush to that person's body. The bright roads suddenly became dim. I've become a light-absorbing insect. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. The power of the stars kept entering his body. Although he was already refining it, his body was getting brighter and brighter. Wherever I go, I attract attention. Stopping in front of the drunken immortal lake, the people at the lakeside couldn't help but turn around to look. Seeing this, Xian couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, she was wearing Yun Nuoxing's black hat. After all, her appearance was also very shocking. Coming to the drunken immortal lake, she might be said to be looking for trouble. Are you blaming me? Yun Nuoxing shook his head, helplessly. At this moment, there were already many people at the lakeside. Moreover, they were all young people. Feeling the light behind them, they would turn their heads strangely and look at Yun Nuoxing strangely before turning their heads back again. By the lakeside, flowers and plants were flourishing. The silver-blue moonlight poured down from the sky, enveloping the entire lake. The surface of the lake reflected the cold radiance, hazy and beautiful. On the lake, fog drifted. Dozens of boats were drifting aimlessly. On each boat, there was a beautiful girl standing gracefully. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and the sound of the guqin was melodious. Further away, dragon boats and pavilions intertwined with the moonlight to create a colorful brilliance. In the sky above the lake, a huge, colorful cloud drifted, and colorful light shone through the mist. The misty light weaved into a light curtain, and it looked like a divine realm. The lighting effect is not bad. Yun Nuoxing nodded. The atmosphere was created quite well. It seemed like the top 3 rankings weren't made up. People look at beauties, you look at the light. Hearing this, Xian rolled her eyes. I can't help it. I look at beauties every day. Now, there aren't many beauties left. I can only look at the light. Yun Nuoxing shrugged, sighed, and said without skipping a beat. After that, he looked at Ziyan with a smile. Seeing that Ziyan rolled her eyes at him with embarrassment, he smiled proudly. He was quite interested in flirting with girls. Of course, on a whim. Hee, little brother, when you see the real person later, you have to be careful. Don't fall into their trap. Looking at the drunken immortal lake, Lu Yi smiled silently. Oh, Yun Nuoxing let out an ambiguous laugh. With his hands behind his back, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the fog. What, do you know how to charm people? That's not it. It's just that the previous owner of the drunken immortal building made all the young elites fall for her and forget to return. Not to mention the current Chu Yilian. She's known as one of the most beautiful girls in the northern wasteland. Of course, that's not including the one from your family. Lu Yi stared at the two of them and smiled. I already said it's not like that. Hearing this teasing sentence, Yun Nuoxing and Xian blushed at the same time. The way they spoke in unison made them feel that they couldn't explain themselves. Tisk, TSK. Brother Yun is our role model. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. I'll fight it out with you. Yun Nuoxing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Splash! While the few of them were fooling around, the sound of water splashing suddenly came from the lake. Everyone quickly looked over and saw a jade boat carrying fresh flowers land on the surface of the water. The boat was shrouded in rainbow light. At the same time, the other zither sounds on the lake stopped at the same time. There was only a long and beautiful zither solo. Chu Ilian was wearing a plain white dress. Her two snow-white hands were gently stroking the harp. Like a fairy, she slowly descended from the sky and landed on the flower boat. Mei Mao's eyes were still closed. Since the first time Yun Nuoxing saw her, she had never opened her eyes. When Chu Ilian landed on the boat, the rainbow boat carried her into the clouds of the drunken immortal lake and disappeared. Is this the rhythm of the beginning? We're only going to listen to the zither sound. We don't need to go up, right? Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing wasn't too surprised. He contacted those boats and thought about it calmly. Although the zither didn't cost money, it still cost some money to meet someone. The lakeside was suddenly in an uproar. Countless people rushed forward to buy a boat and rowed towards the lake. The hubbub of voices made Lu Yi feel like the devil's voice was pouring into her ears. She laughed bitterly, seeing that Yun Nuoxing didn't move. She couldn't help but ask, "Hee little brother, aren't you going to take a look at her? With your exceptional looks, you should be able to attract her attention. This is something that countless people dream of. Look at me. I'm a 1,000,000-watt super-grade light bulb. What can I do other than attract attention? I don't want to be surrounded by people wherever I go." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing pointed at himself and shook his head. He said that he only wanted to listen to the zither. It didn't matter if he met her or not. "You don't want to think more?" Seeing his indifferent look, Lu Yi was a little surprised. "You're the one who wants to go, right?" Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and smiled. A little. After being exposed, Lu Yi couldn't hide her thoughts anymore. She scratched her head and smiled foolishly. "Then let's go." Spreading out his hands, Yun Nuoxing had no choice but to slowly walk forward with this 1,000,000-watt super-grade light bulb. He went forward to ask and found that the price was too expensive. Even with Yun Nuoxing's current wealth, his heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. However, when he saw the people next to him throw out a card, as if money is just a worldly possession, and then board the boat, the two of them didn't want to scream out loud, "This is a little too expensive. Little brother, let's not go." Lu Yi pulled Yun Nuoxing to the side and whispered a few words in his ear. It seemed like she wanted to back out. You're willing to not see me? Why do you keep staring at the center of the lake?" Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and joked. "Indeed, it's a little regretful, but there's no other way, right?" Lu Yi smiled bitterly. He wanted to go, but he didn't expect to pay such a high price. He felt that it wasn't worth it, that money was enough for him to spend for a few decades. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Who asked him to be poor? Wait. Just as he was about to turn around and leave with his people, Yun Nuoxing seemed to suddenly think of something. She tapped the silver ring on her ring finger lightly and then ran to the lake. Immortal energy surged, and a bright light burst out from the ring, making Yun Nuoxing, who was already eye-catching, even more eye-catching, crash. The light surged for a moment. When everyone was dazzled by the light slowly dissipated. With a loud sound like a wave, a huge silver-white dragon boat suddenly appeared on the lake. The surface was inlaid with countless jewels. Even the dragon head was holding a bright pearl the size of a head in its mouth. It looked extremely luxurious. Moreover, it was countless times more expensive than the boats sold here. Ship! Seeing this scene, not only Yun Nuoxing and the others, but the countless onlookers around were all dumbfounded. They all stared at the giant ship with wide eyes and swallowed hard. Such a huge ship, how much did it cost to build it? Dragon Xian silver. It's Dragon Xian silver. Suddenly, Someone shouted loudly, as if he had recognized the material of the ship. The crowd, which had been quiet for a moment, became excited again. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. Dragon Shen silver? I think it's a level 11 material. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a long time before he found the name in the database. Then his expression changed slightly. This used a ship's worth of Dragon Shen silver. It seemed like he was in trouble. Let's go. Before the crowd could react, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly threw Xian and the others onto the ship. Then he drove the Dragon Shen silver into the fog. On the other hand, the unusually calm crowd laughed helplessly in their hearts. Any material above level 10 had its own spirituality and would recognize its owner. Once it was used by a person, unless that person agreed, no one could take it away from that person. Naturally, no one had any bad intentions. When they saw Yun Nuoxing running so fast, they naturally understood that he had misunderstood. Everyone could only laugh helplessly. Even if they couldn't take it away, they could at least take a look. Why did he run so fast? Of course, Yun Nuoxing didn't know. Chapter 249. I seem to have done something incredible. The hull of the ship was submerged in the clouds. Only then did Yun Nuoxing heave a sigh of relief. He patted his chest with all his might as if he had just escaped death. After a while, he let out a bitter laugh. What was this? He had to check the things that Xianyin gave him in the future before he took them out. Otherwise, if he took out something rare, he would attract a lot of jealousy. Little star, you have no manners at all. What are you so anxious for? Are you afraid that someone will eat you up? Seeing him heave a sigh of relief, Ziyi laughed in annoyance and said, materials above level 10 all have unique spirituality and will recognize their owners. You can't snatch them away. You should have been more calm just now. How would I know? You didn't say so earlier. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but roll his eyes. You didn't ask. Also, this ship is probably not only this big. It should be much bigger in its original state. I guess your sister Xian Yin gave it to you to use when you went to the East Sea. I didn't expect you to take it out just to see a beauty, Ziyi said, and suddenly started to tease him. Go away, I'm not interested in these places. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. On the lake, there were many ships. Yun Nuoxing's ship could be said to be a giant that appeared out of nowhere. Even the golden dragon ships in the distance were not as big as this ship. The abrupt size made many people below wonder where this big shot came from. Little brother, look at that dragon ship. Lu Yi suddenly reached out and pointed at a golden ship in the distance. On it, a young man in a golden robe stood with his hands behind his back. When he saw their ship, he looked at it with a little surprise, and then looked away. That's the god of the Golden Temple, Jin Heng. At the mention of this name, Yun Nuoxing suddenly thought of Jin Jinwang and Jin Ing, and the others who were dragged back for special training. He wondered how they were doing. Oh, I met an acquaintance. Looking around, Lu Yi suddenly shrank her neck and looked as if she had seen a ghost. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Liao Qiange's men? Yun Nuoxing guessed after thinking for a while. Yeah, he's Liao Qiange's godson, the next pavilion master. I can't get along with him. Lu Yi scratched his head and smiled. Liao Qiange is also a powerful force. Although they can't be compared to the primordial families and the divine halls, they can't be underestimated. To be able to stand in the divine sky city for so many years, they naturally have their own abilities. No one from the ancient clans came. Yun Nuoxing looked around, not knowing which one was the future pavilion master of Liao Qiange he was talking about. After looking around, he still didn't see anyone familiar. You wouldn't know even if you're here. In fact, most people know about these 8 forces, but there's very little information about them. The Golden Shrine is different. More people know about them. so I can recognize Jin Hung at a glance, but there is no such person among the 9 heroes." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He often saw the 9 people from Yaohua, but he had never seen this so-called God's son. As they were talking, the boat stopped. They looked around and saw that their dragon Xian silver was the largest among all the boats. It surrounded a flower boat in the center. The sound of the zither was ethereal, and the flower petals were fluttering in the wind. 7-colored light gathered on Chu Ilyan, as if all the light in the world was condensed. It was incomparably sacred. Endless light gathered in his sight. Chu Ilyan seemed to be saying something, but Yun Nuoxing couldn't hear it clearly. Vague and unclear sounds echoed in his ears, but he could hear them. Slightly stunned, Yun Nuoxing turned around and saw Lu Yi and Wang Chen's excited faces, as if they had heard something that made them excited. However, Lu Yi couldn't hear anything and thought it was tinnitus. Just as he was about to pat his ears, his vision suddenly became a little blurry. In his mind, a scene was constantly switching with what he was seeing now, as if 2 pictures were switching rapidly, gradually, like a pool of water, chaotic and turbulent. After a long time, his vision was fixed on a picture. It was strange and gorgeous and seemed unreal. A raging fire ignited on the surface of the water. Clouds of black smoke floated on the surface of the water, condensing into black clouds in the sky. They were illuminated by the endless fire, turning into an orange-red color. Multicolored light bloomed in the center of the smoke. The colorful energy fog turned into countless ripples in the air like clouds and mist covering the entire line of sight. The hot wind hit him. Looking at this scene, Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. He lowered his head, and with the help of the orange fire, he could see that the brown deck was no longer the silver-white deck. It seemed to be in a different place. Sigh. Yun Nuoxing was already used to such a situation. He knew that this scene was caused by the remaining memory fragments in his mind. It had happened in his dream before. Different from the bloody sky in his dream, this was on the surface of the sea. The endless fire seemed to be burning the world to ashes. He subconsciously wanted to call Zai out. His heart was tranquil. There were no words. There was no familiar laughter. There was no response from anyone. "Can't you hear me?" Letting out a long sigh, Yun Nuoxing looked at the 7-colored cloud that looked like an auspicious cloud. It contained a strange energy that he had never seen before. It should belong to some kind of strange energy body, and it didn't have any life energy. He tried his best to move his feet, but they seemed to be stuck to the ground. Even the other parts of his body couldn't move. He was like a human-shaped wooden sculpture. After struggling for a while, Yun Nuoxing could only sigh. The recovered memory fragments were a little strange. Every time he wanted to move, he couldn't. He was like a marionette passively watching this scene. Rumble, the entire world reverberated with the sound of the earth. Even the air was slightly vibrating. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the sky, like giant mouths that could devour people. What was revealed below was not a pitch-black void, but a golden place, a place formed by golden ripples. The smoke in the center of the lake slowly dispersed. A colorful light bloomed. The dazzling light shone on his eyes, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He wanted to move closer, to take a look. He moved a little and smiled bitterly. He forgot that he couldn't move. Soft footsteps came from beside him, and a blurry figure slowly walked forward. He couldn't see who it was, but from the figure, he could guess that it was a girl. She was dragging a huge black sword in her hand, which left a string of sparks on the deck. Her hair fluttered behind her. The girl seemed to be looking at the colorful light in front of her. She said softly, "You still want to keep this world?" The cold voice quietly echoed, but Yun Nuoshing could hear the gentleness in it. This voice itself sounded quite contradictory, but the content scared him so much that he broke out in cold sweat. Even if I say I hate this world. If you don't want it, I'll destroy it with you. The helpless voice sounded softly. It was still cold and gentle. When it reached Yun Nuoshing's ears, it warmed his heart. However, it scared him so much that he almost jumped up. Before he could react, the girl raised the huge black sword above her head. She paused for a moment, then slashed fiercely at the colorful light. A sword aura shot out from the tip of the sword. It expanded to millions of feet and swallowed the colorful light in one gulp. The entire world shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Yun Nuoshing was shocked. He reached out to block it, but the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The black smoke disappeared, and the flames that covered the water were also extinguished. The colorful light was no longer there. He reached out and placed his hand on Xian's shoulder. Xing Xing. After being patted on the shoulder, Xian gently turned around. She saw Yun Nuoshing's blank face. His eyes were extremely empty, as if he had lost his soul. Xian couldn't help but call out. A clear and melodious voice sounded beside his ear, and it immediately pulled Yun Nuoshing back to reality. He looked at Xian's adorable and puzzled face, and laughed awkwardly. He retracted his hand, shook his head, and said with a smile, "My hand is cramping. It's nothing." Hearing this, Xian glanced at him suspiciously. She then looked at him carefully and didn't find anything unusual. Only then did she pout and roll her eyes at him. She slowly turned her head around and looked at the palace where people were continuously entering. She asked, "Xing Xing, are we going in?" "Zai, what happened just now?" Yun Nuoshing frowned. The memory fragments he saw in the past didn't seem to connect with what he saw today. "What do you mean, what happened?" Zai was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what he was talking about. However, as soon as she finished speaking, someone as intelligent as her instantly understood what happened. She knew everything about Yun Nuoshing. Although she was also listening to the music and felt that her body and mind were calm, she also sensed that something was wrong with Yun Nuoshing. However, she didn't say much and just thought that he was in a daze. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that something was wrong. "You just regained your memory fragments? What did you see?" Zai hurriedly asked when she saw Yun Nuoshing's situation. "Fire. The water surface seemed to be on fire. A rainbow-colored light enveloped the entire world. A girl stood beside me and said that she wanted to destroy this world with me." Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment. The memory fragments this time seemed a little strange to him, but he didn't understand what exactly they were trying to express to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful. If you want to put in memory fragments, why don't you put in more coherent ones, one by one? What exactly do you want me to understand? I don't remember. I don't know. What's inside the rainbow-colored light? Zai sighed and asked again. "I can't see clearly. I can't see clearly who that girl is either." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Wait. Rainbow-colored light," Zai suddenly exclaimed, scaring Yun Nuoshing so much that his heart twitched. He hurriedly patted his chest. After catching his breath, he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be so surprised. That's right, it's the rainbow-colored light." After that, he recounted what he had seen in detail. After Ziyi finished listening, she furrowed her brows tightly. "Rainbow-colored light. Destroy the world." Zai frowned and kept muttering these words. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he heard it. Phew. After a long time, Zai exhaled heavily and murmured, "Do you still remember the last bit of consciousness we saw in the Sea of Consciousness?" "I think so. What core was it talking about? What? Yun Nuashing asked hesitantly. I discovered the core of the world. That's what it said. Could it be that the rainbow-colored light is what the owner of that voice wanted to reveal? So I said in a serious voice. The core of the world. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. What was that? The core of the world? That sounded so surreal. Besides, there was no precise definition of the world. I'm curious about that black sword. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. The core of the world was too much of a headache. He didn't want to think about it. Speaking of the black sword, Zai suddenly smiled mysteriously and said jokingly, I really want to ask, why is it a girl again? Little star, how many girls do you have around you? You womanizer. It wasn't hard to imagine that her pretty face looked very cute because of that smile. What does that have to do with me? Yun Nuashing's face twitched, and he retorted, I don't even know who that girl is. Who said that she has a relationship with me? Maybe she's just a lover. Yes, a lover. That's right. That must be it. Then why don't you have a lover? Zai asked with a smile. When he heard this, how would I know? Yun Nuashing's eyes twitched. He was a little angry. How could he blame him for not having good relationships with people? Star. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to argue with Zai, Xian angrily slapped him and said, Don't ignore me. What did you just say? Yun Nuashing only came back to his senses after being slapped on the chest. He was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion when he saw the girl's angry face. You. Seeing his innocent look, Xian was so angry that she lost her temper. This guy left her here for 5 minutes and didn't even know what happened. Chu Ilian finished playing and invited everyone in to discuss. Lu Yi and the others went in. What should we do? Seeing Xian's angry and aggrieved look, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He suddenly understood what happened and helplessly shook his head. He also felt that it was better to clarify some things so that there wouldn't be any misunderstandings in the future. They still had a long way to go in the future. Xian, let me tell you something. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing patted her head and softly told her everything, including what had just happened. After listening to him, Xian felt a little worried. Mei Mao looked at him carefully, blinked, and said, Did I disturb you just now? No, it's not that. Seeing her worried look, Yun Nuashing smiled indifferently and shook his head. The past was the past, and the present was the present. Even if one pursued the past, they couldn't neglect the present. Then will I have a few more brothers in the future? In her arms, Ming tugged at Yun Nuashing's clothes and asked curiously. Cough. Yun Nuashing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. No. Chapter 250. Let's not go. I'm like a light bulb. It's better if we don't go. Yun Nuashing shook his head. The power of the stars in his body hadn't dissipated yet. It was very bright anywhere in the night sky. The palace was already bright enough. There was no need to light another lamp. I guess that you would say that. I've already told Lu Yi and the others. They told us to walk around first. They'll find us. Xian smiled. Wang Chen is going too. Yun Nuashing was speechless when he saw how cute she was. He didn't like to join in the fun, so he definitely wouldn't go. Ice blue moonlight poured down from the sky. The world was shrouded in a silver blue veil. In the distant sky, Yun Nuashing looked up at the starry sky. His calm and handsome face was filled with a joyful smile. His entire body was shrouded in a gentle light. Countless amounts of power of the stars were attracted by divine Sky City. When it passed by him, it surged into his body. Vast amounts of power of the stars flowed in his body, cleansing it. All the cells in his body emitted a joyful feeling. His power seemed to have been sublimated. He could even feel that his power was slowly becoming stronger. It wasn't a quantitative increase, but a qualitative change. The power of the stars is the purest and most powerful energy apart from the divine power of the later God level. It's the only energy that existed at the beginning of the world. It slowly evolved into other types in the later stages. It can be said that the power of the stars is the energy at the beginning of the world. It's the most powerful energy. However, not everyone can contain the power of the stars. Only special physiques, like the divine body of the receptive spirit, can absorb it for their own use. Even the gods of the initial God level can only borrow it. Ziyi explained slowly. She was also the one who asked Yun Nuoxing to come up and cleanse his body with the power of the stars. Yes. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. You might even be able to use the special effect of the divine body of the receptive spirit to transform the energy in your body into the star pill. In that case, the energy in your body will be transformed into the power of the stars. Even without the power of the stars, external energy will automatically transform into the power of the stars when it enters, Ziyi said after thinking for a while. Yes. Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Her light purple eyes reflected the stars in the sky. She was like a child who had found a new toy. Her heart was filled with joy. The path of the spirit receiving divine body will be very difficult in the future. If you do some preparation in advance, it might make your future path smoother and less dangerous. In the later stage of the divine body, before the great accomplishment, it could be said that you will be completely suppressed or even crushed by other body types. You must be mentally prepared. Ziyi sighed and said faintly, although the spiritual divine body was heaven-defying and was close to being invincible in the early stages, it was still very weak in the later stages before reaching the great accomplishment realm. This was also a price to pay, right? She was a little worried that Yun Nuoxing wouldn't be able to survive this period. Okay. Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile. Did you hear me or not? You keep saying yes and yes and yes. Can you say something else? Ziyi was so angry that she went berserk after hearing the same answer 3 times. She was trying her best to teach him, but this guy only cared about looking at the starry sky. Did he even listen to her? Oh. Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile and said, I don't care about the path in the future. No matter how difficult it is, whether I will die or not, I have never thought about it. Ziyi, have you heard of this saying? Plans can't keep up with changes. Although I hate this saying, I have to admit that we should let the future take care of things in the future. We will deal with whatever comes our way. What I need to do now is to live every day well. I will cultivate when I need to, play when I need to, eat when I need to, drink when I need to, and sleep when I need to. Ziyi sighed with a headache and said, your optimistic personality really worries me. Okay. Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile and continued to look at the starry sky. Her unmoved expression made Ziyi feel helpless. Seeing this, Ziyi still wanted to say something, but he didn't. Every divine physique that was born with a divine physique was destined to have an extraordinary life. As for why there would only be one divine physique that was nurtured by nature in the entire world, what it had to face, what it had to bear, and what it had to bear was definitely not ordinary cultivation or ordinary battles. According to the records in the ancient books, almost no receptive spirit divine body had reached the level of great success. There was only one reason. The path to the peak was really too difficult. The divine bodies of the previous receptive spirit divine bodies were basically robbed of their divine body origin when they were close to the peak. However, in the end, the origin of the divine body didn't fall into anyone's hands, and all of them disappeared into thin air. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's indifferent expression, Ziyi didn't want to tell her the cruel truth. She could only pray silently in her heart that she wouldn't follow in the footsteps of the previous divine bodies. Little star, let me protect her. Ziyi secretly made up her mind. If Yun Nuoxing knew about this, she would definitely vomit 3 liters of water. Shouldn't she be the one to say this? Star, you're here. A brisk voice suddenly came from behind her. Yun Nuoxing, who was looking at the stars, was stunned for a moment. She turned her head with a smile, and her hand flicked her fluttering hair behind her ear as she smiled. Xian, who was dressed in purple, slowly flew up from below with Ming in his arms. He came to Yun Nuoxing's side and stood side by side with him. They were also looking up at the starry sky. Brother! Seeing Yun Nuoxing, Ming called out excitedly. She habitually threw herself into his arms and acted coquettishly. The 2 of them couldn't help but laugh. Because Lu Yi and the others were still in the drunken immortal restaurant, Yun Nuoxing, and the others simply ran out. Anyway, there wasn't much point in staying there. The 2 girls were arguing that they wanted to walk around the city. Yun Nuoxing didn't stop them. However, he was surrounded by the power of the stars, so he could only let them walk around by themselves. Are you homesick? Rubbing Ming's head, Yun Nuoxing turned his head and looked at Xian's seemingly lonely face. He couldn't help but be stunned. His smile faded slightly, but he still laughed out loud. A little. I've never been away from home for so long. I don't know how far away we are from Xingyu City now. Tens of millions of miles? Or billions of miles? Xian nodded gently. Although she decisively ran out with Yun Nuoxing, she still didn't say goodbye to Xianling and the others. She felt a little regretful. She didn't know what kind of expression they would have when they saw that piece of paper, although it was the latter who instigated her to run out. Yes, it's been half a year since I kidnapped you from Xingyu City. Time seems to have passed quickly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing sighed. In that case, he had been separated from Yuyin and the others for a long time. He didn't know how they were now. Were they doing well? So, what if they had Purple Soul? Where did that little lass go to? Do you regret it? Yun Nuoxing asked softly. I won't regret it. Xian rolled her eyes at him. Mei Mao stared at the deep starry sky and smiled sweetly. It was like a flash in the pan, making Yun Nuoxing's heart tighten. Even the stars in the sky dimmed. She murmured as if she was talking to herself. I ran out with you willingly. I will bear the so-called price for my actions. He slowly calmed his rapid heartbeat and seriously looked at Xian's side profile. Although she was full of smiles and her slender eyebrows were relaxed, the eyes were the window to the soul. Yun Nuoxing could see a trace of loneliness in those clear eyes that reflected the faint light of the stars. A thought came to his mind, making his handsome face blush slightly. However, when he saw Mei Mao, he calmed down, and there was no trace of emotion in his heart. Yun Nuoxing took a step forward. Under Xian's surprised and shy gaze, he gently pulled her into his arms. He put his hands around her waist and smiled stiffly and gently. Although I know I can't replace them, today I'm still arrogant. I'll let you treat me as them. Hearing this, Xian's lily-white hands trembled. Her heart couldn't help but tighten. After a while, it returned to normal. The blush on her pretty face was also slowly suppressed. Although this hug was different from her father's and brother's, it still had its own scent. It felt very safe. The boy's body temperature passed through his clothes and onto her body. It was very warm and made her feel very at ease. Gradually, the shyness in her heart disappeared. Her lily-white hands gently wrapped around Yun Nuoxing's waist, and she smiled gently. Then, let me borrow your embrace tonight. Being sandwiched between the 2 of them was like a pie. Ming frowned, and muttered in her heart. She also felt that the atmosphere was good, and inexplicably didn't want to disturb the two of them. However, "Humph, Big Brother will lend me to you tonight." "Humph." Ming looked at Mei Mao with her eyes closed and Xian leaning against Yun Nuoxing's chest. Although she was still young, she was a little precocious and knew a little about the ways of the world. She also knew how it felt to be away from home. If she were to leave Yun Nuoxing now and not be able to see him for half a year, she probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Aya, although it didn't develop in that direction, this will be a foreshadowing. Little Star didn't even tell me in advance about such a grand event. Seriously, Ziyi, who had gone into hiding out of helplessness, was stunned for a moment when he saw the two of them glued to each other like glue. He was instantly overjoyed and did not disturb them. Instead, he cursed as he took out a notebook and slowly wrote down the date, solemnly taking note of this matter. The girl in his arms was very warm and her body fragrance enveloped him. Yun Nuoxing didn't have a trace of lust in his heart. He just wanted to calm his mind and give her the peace of mind that she wanted. That was probably all. Family has nothing to do with me. After an unknown amount of time, a light flashed across the distant horizon, and the figures of two people slowly appeared. As soon as they saw the ball of light in the distant sky, one person wanted to shout, but the other person covered his mouth with a hand. At the same time, he also braked rapidly in the sky, almost crashing the plane. "Big Brother Lu Yi, the atmosphere over there is so good. Let's not go over and get involved, okay?" Gazing at the two figures that were tightly stuck together, a voice quietly rang out. Under the illumination of the moonlight, a simple and honest young man's face was revealed. It was Wang Chun, who had just come out of the Drunken Immortal house, and the one carrying him was Lu Yi. "Yes, let's quietly run." Hearing this, Lu Yi nodded her head in approval. She carried Wang Chun with one hand and slowly and quietly retreated. "The atmosphere is good." Ziyi and Lu Yi laughed in their hearts at the same time. Chapter 251. The next morning, Yun Nuoxing stretched on the bed. His feet almost kicked the quilt to the ground, and his throat couldn't help but groan. This stretch was quite comfortable. The sun's rays crossed the horizon, passed through the endless mountains, and shone on his somewhat messy, handsome face. His fluffy long hair was twisted into a chicken's nest, and his light purple eyes were still a little blurred, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Twisting his neck, Yun Nuoxing saw Xian sleeping on the bed next to him with a peaceful face. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Thinking of the hug last night, he felt very warm. Not only her, but he also felt very at ease. This feeling made him feel quite comfortable, and his tired state of mind seemed to be able to relax. Not knowing how long the hug lasted, the two slowly separated. Lu Yi and the others just happened to find them and told them what happened in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. There wasn't anything special, but Chu Ilian was very curious about those magical physiques and wanted to know more about them. However, there were quite a lot of people that night, and there was an energy test that isolated most of the people outside, leaving behind some young elites. According to Lu Yi, among the people who went, the strongest was a demon rank expert, which made Yun Nuoxing stunned for a while. He relied on the purple night dark flame and the fire bead to break through the immortal rank in one fell swoop. Now he was still at the second stage of the immortal rank, and he hadn't even reached the first stage. However, he calmed down after being stunned for a while. After all, there were some big forces behind those people, and they must have been passed down for a long time. Some of them were certainly comparable to the 8 ancient families or the 9 great elemental temples. Naturally, there were many ways to cultivate talents. With all the resources, it wouldn't be a problem to smash a demon rank expert. In that discussion, Lu Yi had counted no less than 20 major forces. In addition to some that she could name, there were also some that she had never heard of before. Presumably, they were some unknown major forces or holy lands. And in this discussion, because the main purpose of this discussion was to obtain the physique of the world, Lu Yi had already counted no less than 20 major forces. In addition, in this discussion, the main idea was to obtain the physique of the world. Demon god physique, god spirit physique, fairy physique, fallen demon physique, and fallen celestial physique. The most talked about physiques seemed to be these 5. Lu Yi said. Yun Nuoxing was not too surprised when he heard these 5 types of physiques. These 5 types of physiques were definitely not rare, but they were not the kind that could be found anywhere. It could only be said that they were relatively rare. They were generally recorded in the ancient books, including their specialties, characteristics, and so on. It could be said that if a force obtained any of these physiques, as long as they did not die early and could reach the Deshang level, it meant that this force was about to rise. However, compared to Yun Nuoxing and Ziyan's physiques, it was just a joke. The 2 physiques of the latter were probably only known by the people of the ancient generation. The current younger generation didn't necessarily know what the hell it was when they heard the name, because it was too rare. It was really rare to the extreme, and could be called a rare physique. After all, since the birth of the great Yuan realm until now, there were 8 records of the birth of the divine physique, and no more than 20 of the 5 elements physiques. Every birth had a bloody story to be recorded. Shaking her head to wake herself up, Yun Nuoxing looked at the rising sun and yawned out of boredom. Although she was used to a leisurely life, she still had to do something occasionally. Today, she woke up early to stroll around the stone gambling dens of various forces, earn some money, and buy some materials to prevent Ling Hongjian from advancing. After Yun Nuoxing yawned, Ziyan slowly woke up. Mei Mao blinked hard a few times, and when she saw Yun Nuoxing looking at her gently, she returned a sweet smile. Although she didn't dress properly in the morning and looked a little messy, she still had her charm. At least, Yun Nuoxing was a little stunned by that smile. After casually washing up, Yun Nuoxing saw that Ming was still sleeping. She couldn't bear to wake her up, so she could only hold her in her arms and walk out with Ziyan. It had to be said that after what happened last night, the relationship between Yun Nuoxing and Ziyan seemed to be a bit subtle. It should be said that they were closer or more familiar with each other. In short, when the 2 of them were walking, they were a lot closer. However, in Ziya's eyes, his face was full of anxiety. Don't develop in the direction of becoming bosom friends. In Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world, Zai muttered anxiously. If Yun Nuoxing heard this, she would vomit blood again. As soon as they went out of the door, they saw Lu Yi and Ziyan. They had made an appointment to go to the street of the stone gambling den today, so everyone got up early. Little brother, which place do you want to start with? Standing on the old street yesterday, Lu Yi asked with a smile. Let's go straight to the main topic. Forget it. Let's start with a slightly better place. Yun Nuoxing planned to go directly to the highest level place, but after thinking about it, she decided to find a place to see what the so-called open game was like before deciding what to do. An open game is actually a 1-to-1 bet. Of course, the original 1-to-1 here doesn't mean that the number of people is 1-to-1. It can also be a group of people versus a group of people, or a person versus a group of people. However, 1-to-1 bets are more common. As for what you bet, it's up to you to decide. Of course, the relative value of the bets must be equal. Otherwise, it's not easy to deal with it. Little brother, if you want to make money quickly, it's better to gamble on stones than to gamble like this. They walked into a stone gambling den. Although it was morning, there were already many people here. The sound of chattering constantly poured into their ears. Lu Yi could only walk closer and explain to Yun Nuoxing. Why? Yun Nuoxing was taken aback and asked, if two people gamble, if both of them don't know the crystal-seeking technique, the odds of winning are 50-50, so the amount of the bet won't be too big. It's all small gambling for fun, unless it is the kind of gambling between people who have a grudge against each other. They will gamble until they lose their underwear. Cough. If you go to gamble on stones and cut something good out of the stone, if the people of this family take a fancy to it, they will bid to buy it back. Maybe they can even throw it in the auction house for auction. Isn't the speed of making money countless times faster than gambling? Lu Yi smiled because he heard from Wang Chen that Yun Nuoxing knew the crystal-seeking technique, so he directly recommended this method. Well, that's the reason. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing nodded. Instead of making money slowly, it was better to be straightforward and play once to get rich. Then, later on, they wouldn't have to worry about the funds for the later trips. However, before gambling, do you know if the Qin family has opened a stone gambling den here? Putting down a stone, Yun Nuoxing asked with some hope. Qin family? The Qin family of the antiquity era. I think so. Someone once cut out a holy grade glazed crystal the size of a head, which made their faces turn green. This matter caused a sensation in the entire Divine Sky City. I have a special impression of it. Hearing this, Lu Yi touched his chin and said, "Where is it?" Hearing that there was hope, Yun Nuoxing instantly became excited. Ever since she saw the stone engraved with the characters of the Divine Era in Crystal Rock City, Yun Nuoxing had been thinking about the Qin family. She wanted to look for it and try her luck to see if she could find another one. Hee, it's next door. Lu Yi laughed. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. The manor of the Qin family was much bigger and more luxurious than the one they saw just now. Even the decorative exhibition table was made of special materials. The door was even made of a precious material. Yun Nuoxing praised it when she saw it and wanted to remove it. After entering the manor, Yun Nuoxing and the others walked directly to the small courtyard with the celestial word. Although it was called a small courtyard, when they actually saw it, they found that it wasn't small at all. It was delicately arranged, and many stones were scattered. Some were under the fruit trees, some were beside the flowing spring, and some were under the trees. It looked natural and was completely a tranquil manor. One couldn't tell that it was a stone gambling den. There are really a lot of good things. It's worthy of the celestial word. Ever since they came in, the evil spirit I had been in a constant state. It swept through the courtyard and saw a lot of things. It even saw the stones that were casually piled up in the corner. They actually contained high-quality glazed crystals. The courtyard was only 100 feet in size. There weren't any obstacles, and they could see everything at a glance. They could see a few old people quietly selecting stones in the courtyard. They didn't notice Yun Nuoxing and the others coming in at all. There's nothing here. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She looked at the hundreds of stones here, but she didn't see any words on them. They were all glazed crystals or some materials. Of course, there were also many empty shells. In that case, let's go to the next one. The immortal symbol is considered to be of a lower tier among the large factions. If you're looking for some rare items, I suggest that you go to the demon symbol or divine symbol. Of course, the items there are also ridiculously expensive. At the very least, I am unable to afford them. Lu Yi helplessly spread out her hands and said when she heard this, let's go directly to the celestial word room. Maybe it's there. Yun Nuoxing nodded her head decisively and walked out without hesitation. Hiss, celestial word. Little brother, I'm just saying. I'm not really going there, right? Why don't you think about it a little more? Seeing that he was so direct, Lu Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. The things in the celestial word were ridiculously expensive. Every stone bought was a huge gamble. Other than a few old antiques, basically no one had the courage to come here to play. Don't worry, Yin Nuashing chuckled carelessly. Then, with a slight force, she slowly pushed the door open. Damn. It's so big. This is the celestial word. It's so big. However, as soon as they entered the door, the few of them exclaimed at the same time. All of them stared at the place with their mouths agape. The trees stood in a forest, and the turbulent waterfall fell from a cliff that was 100 feet high. The waterfall made a crisp, hua-la sound as it hit the huge rocks below. At a glance, there was no sense of disharmony between the forest and the plains. Every stone had become a part of this scene and blended perfectly together. Under the blue sky, 1 or 2 birds would occasionally fly by. This place was so peaceful and beautiful that it made them feel like they had come to a tourist attraction and not a stone gambling den. If the celestial word was a small courtyard, then the celestial word was a small city. These are all stones. Looking at the stones that were placed everywhere, Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva. This was the most luxurious stone gambling den he had ever seen. No, it seemed like it should be called a manor. This fist-sized stone actually costs 100,000 gold coins. Why don't you just rob someone? Lu Yi picked up a stone by his feet, and a soul imprint appeared in the air. It scared him so much that he almost threw it away. Calm down, calm down. Yun Nuashing took 2 deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Looking left and right, his evil spirit eye was actually slightly obstructed. There were some stones that he couldn't see through, as if there was a piece of white cloth blocking them. This feeling was similar to what he saw in the stone workshop in Divine Weapon City. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't see through it. Self-defense. The corner of Yun Nuashing's mouth curved up slightly as he smiled silently. His palm patted on a 5-meter-tall boulder, and the soul imprint jumped out. After taking a look, he even swallowed back his scream. 80 million. Chapter 252. Why don't you go rob a bank? Yun Nuashing almost roared out Lu Ye's thoughts. With his family background, he couldn't even afford half of it. His face twitched as he looked at the huge rock. The evil spirit couldn't see through the things inside, so he came over to take a look with a little interest. In the end, he was shocked when he saw it. What's so special about these stones? Touching his face and taking 2 steps back, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but murmur. It was impossible for every stone to be so expensive. There had to be a reason why it was so expensive, right? This little brother has good eyesight. This stone was excavated from the primordial god mine. Many crystal masters can't see what's inside. This stone has been piled up here for many years. While Yun Nuashing was sighing, an old crystal master walked over. Stroking his white beard, he smiled, and the wrinkles on his face trembled. Primordial god mine. Yun Nuashing sighed. No wonder it was so expensive. How could the things from the Forbidden Zone not be expensive? Shaking his head, he didn't continue to pay attention to this inexplicable huge rock and walked straight into the jungle. Now, he had to try to find that stone first. Xian also walked close to him. It had to be said that this god manor was really a little too big. After walking around for half a day, he had just walked out of the jungle and looked at the stones inside, but he didn't find anything. Moreover, there were many stones that he couldn't see through. He asked the crystal master next to him, and he said that they were moved out from the primordial god mine or Tianyuan ancient mine. It was normal for them to be blocked. Yun Nuashing was a little helpless. If the evil spirit I couldn't see through it, he couldn't see what was inside. With his mediocre crystal-seeking technique, it was even more impossible. Therefore, he stood in front of almost every stone for a long time. In the end, he sighed fiercely and walked to the next stone. Is there a place where the stones are placed that isn't from the Forbidden Zone? Yun Nuoshing asked after thinking about the stone she saw in Crystal Rock City that could be seen through. Since it could be seen through, it shouldn't have been moved out from the forbidden area. If we avoid the rocks in the restricted area, there should be some at the top of the cliff. The crystallizer master listened and thought for a while before slowly saying, when Yun Nuoshing heard this, she was slightly delighted. She led everyone and flew towards the turbulent waterfall without stopping. Only when the sun hung at the top of the sky did Yun Nuoshing sit down on the grass. He opened his mouth wide and let out a long breath. His soulless appearance made people mistakenly think that this person was about to die. After spending half a day of effort, he searched the entire divine manor. He was just short of digging 3 feet into the ground, but there was no harvest at all. This made him almost lose his fighting spirit. What are you looking for? Even the crystallizer master was a little out of breath. After wandering around with Yun Nuoshing for half a day, he saw him standing in front of a stone for a while. Then he let out a heavy sigh and left without moving anything. This made the crystallizer master a little suspicious. Now, he couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing sighed and asked, "Uncle, have any stones been moved out of the stone workshop recently?" Recently? When the crystallizer master heard this, his 2 pairs of white eyebrows wrinkled. He seemed to be trying hard to recall. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "Other than moving a few stones to Crystal Rock City, nothing else has been moved out. Could it really be just good luck?" Wailing in her heart, Yun Nuoshing slowly got up. She shook her head and said, "I am indeed looking for a stone. I bought it from the Qin family's divine stone workshop in Crystal Rock City." As she said this, she took out the black stone with the divine characters on it and gently placed it on the ground. She asked, "Uncle, do you know where this stone came from?" Seeing that she suddenly took out a huge stone, the old man was stunned. He walked around the black stone a few times and touched it. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "This stone didn't come from our stone workshop. It doesn't have the Qin family's unique imprint. It didn't, but it was bought from your Crystal Rock City's stone workshop." When Yun Nuoshing heard this, she was a little confused and hurriedly asked. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was a little anxious, the old man sighed and said in a very firm tone, "This stone indeed didn't come from our stone workshop. I guess there was some kind of transaction in Crystal Rock City. What do we do now?" When they came out of the Qin family stone workshop and saw Yun Nuoshing's dejected appearance, Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, "What can we do?" Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Now that his only clue was gone, what else could he do? "Hey, little brother, can you let me take a look at that black stone of yours?" At this moment, after coming out of the Qin family's stone workshop, Lu Yi, who had been frowning and deep in thought, suddenly spoke. From the looks of it, he seemed to have thought of something. "You have a clue?" Hearing him say this, the soul that Yun Nuoshing had just spat out actually had a tendency to flow backwards, causing him to quickly pull himself together. His eyes emitted a resplendent light as he stared at Lu Yi, causing him to be unable to help but take the final step. I think I've seen it somewhere before." Seeing Yun Nuoshing's sinister smile, Lu Yi's face twitched and he laughed embarrassedly. "Really?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was slightly delighted. She hurriedly took out the black stone and stomped it heavily on the ground. The heavy weight caused a few thumb-sized cracks to appear on the ground. Seeing this ferocious situation, Lu Yi swallowed her saliva and squatted down. She slowly stretched out her hand and gently stroked the black stone. Then she stood up and walked around it twice. After looking at it carefully for a long time, she looked at Yun Nuoshing with a strange expression and said, I think I've seen it in a gambling stone workshop before." "Which one?" Yun Nuoshing seemed to have some hope. She hurriedly asked, It's. Lu scratched her head in distress and racked her brains. After thinking for a long time, she said, I think it's from the Yu family. It's just a few clans in front of us. Oh, it's been too long. I've forgotten. After saying that, she shook her head in distress. Yu family? Which Yu family? Ancient family? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was stunned and frowned slightly. I think so. Lu scratched her head. There was probably only one family with the surname Yu that could be stationed in a stone workshop in Divine Sky City. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look. After getting confirmation, Yun Nuoshing roared to the sky and pulled everyone to the stone workshop of the Yu family. A gust of wind suddenly blew on the street. The Yu family, like the Qin family, was a family that had been passed down since the ancient times. It was considered a first-rate force in the entire god's realm. It was the kind of superforce that could make the entire world tremble with a stomp of its foot. The 8 families were actually not united. There would always be some competition in the dark. It was not only in terms of strength on the surface, but also in terms of business. Take this stone workshop, for example. The scale of the Yu family was only bigger than the Qin family. Are all the stone workshops of the 8 families this big? Yun Nuoshing and the rest were shocked by the oncoming impact as soon as they entered the god room of the stone workshop. Although it was not difficult to modify the space by themselves at this level of power, and even a building that looked very small could be modified into a very large space. What was with this snowy mountain in front of them? Countless snowflakes fluttered down from the sky like feathers. Although it looked like a world of ice and snow, it didn't feel cold at all. Instead, it felt a little warm. Even when the snowflakes stuck to their faces, it felt warm to the touch. This is the wrong place, right? Even with Yun Nuoshing's composure, he could not help but be shocked. Then, he smiled bitterly. How was this a stone workshop? This was a vacation place, right? Yun Nuoshing only calmed down when Lu Yi told him that this was the result of the competition between the 8 families. Although they came to this frozen world excitedly, after another half a day, Yun Nuoshing and the others still walked out with a disappointed face. Their dejected appearance had already explained everything. It seemed that there was still no harvest. After asking the servants, they said that there was indeed a second black stone, but it was sent out for exhibition. We came out for a day in vain, and we did not gain anything. Looking at the orange sunset, Yun Nuoshing once again vomited out his 7 souls and 6 spirits. The absent-minded look on his face was somewhat unbearable. Well, at least we know that the black stone is still with the Yu family. It's considered a big piece of news. Xian comforted him softly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing sighed and nodded. Now, he could only wait for the stone to be displayed before coming back to take a look. He hoped that it would not be bought. Little star, why are you in such a hurry to find that broken black stone? At night, Zai finally could not help but ask. The stars lit up the night sky. Yun Nuoshing stood on the roof and looked up at the bright starry sky. When he heard Zai's question, he suddenly froze. That's right. Why is he in such a hurry to find that stone? I don't know either. He suddenly found it, and it's very urgent. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. This inexplicable feeling was a little strange. Is he possessed? Zai guessed. If some strange stones contained an aura of resentment, if one carried it around, it would have a subtle influence on the person. Over time, that person's temperament would be changed. Looking at Yun Nuoshing's situation, it seemed a little similar. Did you forget that I have a god's mark in my body? Sighing, Yun Nuoshing pointed at his temple. With the god's mark in his body, all filthy things could not get close to him. Even if they were hidden in the depths of his body, he could still pull them out. There were no external factors that could affect him. Oh, right, I forgot. Hearing this, Zai froze for a moment and laughed embarrassedly. Now that you mention it, I do feel that something is wrong. Ever since I got that black stone, my mind has been a little restless. I've been absent-minded all day long. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Rubbing his forehead, Yun Nuoshing was a little tired. Quick, take that stone out and check it. Zai felt that something was wrong when he heard this, so he quickly asked him to take the stone out. Yun Nuoshing sighed and took the black stone out of the pendant. He gently placed it on the ground. The scarlet moonlight carried countless starlight as it shone on this medium-sized black stone. However, the stone was not tainted by any light at all. It was just a piece of black stone. If one looked at it for a long time, one's mind would be sucked into it. A purple flame surged out from Yun Nuoshing's body, and the temperature of the air rose rapidly. As soon as the purple flame appeared, it spread out a curtain of fire and wrapped around the black stone on the ground. There was a faint wave of detection as it scanned the black stone back and forth. There's nothing wrong with it. After a long time, Zai's voice came from the purple flame. He was a little confused, but he slowly retracted it and went back into Yun Nuoshing's body. Perhaps it's just a sudden impulse. Sighing, Yun Nuoshing held the black stone in his hand and gently rubbed it a few times before putting it away. However, when he put it away, he did not see that the word inside the stone suddenly flashed with a light. Chapter 253. I think we should leave as soon as we're done. The next day, as soon as they woke up and finished washing up, they came out of the room and saw Yun Nuoshing with two black eyes, as if he had been beaten up. His handsome face suddenly had a little more blemish, which made Zi Yan almost laugh out loud. What do you mean by work? Zi Yan sat down beside him, picked up the steaming tea, and took a sip as he asked, Brother. Ming rubbed her eyes and called out happily when she saw Yun Nuoshing. She happily jumped to Yun Nuoshing's side, burrowed into his arms, and fell asleep again. We'll leave as soon as we earn enough money. Yun Nuoshing sighed after looking at her helplessly. He couldn't just stay in Divine Sky City. He felt uneasy and felt that something big was going to happen. What about the black stone? Xian put down the teacup and looked at him in surprise. He was so anxious yesterday, and now he was going to ignore it? Black stone. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's finish what we're supposed to do. If we can see the black stone, we'll see it and think of a way to get it. If we can't, then forget it. Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook his head. Good morning, brother. Lu Yi walked out of the room as soon as he said that. Her energetic look was a stark contrast to the lifeless Yun Nuoshing. Brother Yun, what's wrong with you? Why are you wearing dark circles? Wang Chen walked out and was about to greet him when he saw Yun Nuoshing's haggard eyes. He was shocked and tried to hold back his laughter. I saw you laughing. I heard you laughing. Yun Nuoshing looked at him bitterly and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and said, I can't sleep and I'm feeling uneasy. I feel like something big is going to happen. Your seventh sense is usually inaccurate. Xian took a sip of tea elegantly and smiled. He patted Yun Nuoshing's head and said, All right, then I'll just treat it as my misconception. Anyway, let's settle the matter first, Yun Nuoshing said weakly as she rolled her eyes. In other words, we're officially starting work today. Hearing this, Wang Chen jumped up excitedly. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him. She seemed to be very interested in this kind of thing. Calm down, Yun Nuoshing said weakly and almost fell onto the coffee table. Once he had decided on something, he would immediately carry it out. This was the rule of the Yun Nuo planet. However, before he left, he still recuperated for a while. He wiped away the two bruises in his eyes and led everyone towards the direction of a street in the stone workshop. Yun Nuoshing went to the stone workshop of the Qin family and the Yu family yesterday. He came to the stone workshop manor of the Qi family with some curiosity, because the relationship between the stone workshop and the Temple of Elements was a bit unclear. He didn't think about it from the beginning. In the manor, ancient trees towered into the sky. The scorching sun filtered the heat and cast a cool and warm light on the ground. The manor was quiet. In the noisy divine sky city, it was undoubtedly a holy place for meditation. The main hall in the center was covered by the shade of a tree. The cool and refreshing air from the swaying trees made the slightly tired Yun Nuoshing wake up slightly. The door of the main hall was open. A group of people could be seen walking inside. They were all dressed luxuriously. 2 or 3 of them were dressed even more luxuriously. At first glance, one could tell that they were the children of rich and powerful families. Obviously, they weren't ordinary people. This time, is Jin Hung from the Golden Temple going to have a bet with the young master of the Yuan family, Yuan Shi, or is he going to have a fight with the demon god clan? Yun Nuoshing heard this as soon as he walked to the door. He immediately raised his eyebrows. Before he could ask, Lu Yi whispered to him, Jin Hung is the god of the Golden Temple. You have seen him that night. The Yuan family is a family in the western region of the Divine Prefecture. They are on an equal footing with the 8 ancient families. The demon god clan is the most powerful clan in the demon race. Even the experts of the human forces rarely dare to provoke them. Lu Yi lowered her voice as if she was afraid that they would hear her. They are all from some big forces. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing shook his head and muttered in his heart. He looked at the main hall. The 3 people who were dressed exceptionally luxuriously must be those 3 people. The most obvious feature was the golden robe. A lifelike dragon was embroidered on the golden robe with mystic gold silk. Naturally, it was Jin Hung. His body was surrounded by a masculine aura, but his handsome face was very calm. He was like a sharp golden sword that was restrained by its scabbard. Standing to the side was a young man in purple. He was quietly selecting stones. His pair of pointed ears naturally revealed his identity. He should be the demon god clan's demon god clan. His beautiful face, which was so fair that even girls would be jealous of him, had a faint charm. It was almost comparable to Yun Nuoshing in the state of little Shinshin. Hearing these words, the demon spirit gently lifted his black eyes and glanced at the green-clothed man, who had his arms crossed and an indifferent expression on his face. A faint smile hung from the corners of his mouth as he said, I'll have to see what Brother Yuan thinks before I say this. Let's see if he wants to take action. Even her voice sounded a little weak. I don't really care. However, I have recently been studying crystal techniques on a whim. I want to give it a try. Seeing that the spearhead was directed at him, Yuan Shi smiled and waved his hand. His handsome face was full of smiles, and there was not much change in his expression. His long black hair fluttered behind him, giving him a rather elegant and otherworldly temperament. Oh, I also have this intention. Hearing this, Jin Hung, who was dressed in golden robes, raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head. Hearing the 3 people's words, which were almost echoing one another, she could not help but roll her eyes. Ignoring them, she led Xian and the others around the 3 groups of people and slowly walked towards the stairs on the 2nd floor. That was the place that led to the divine word. It seemed that she was going to be ruthless. When Yun Nuoshing passed by Yao Ling, the latter suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A pair of slender sharp ears twitched twice. She quickly put down the stone in her hand and turned around. However, she saw that Yun Nuoshing had already walked past her and was already walking up the stairs. Brother Yao, what's wrong? Seeing her actions, Yuanshi asked curiously. Then he cast his gaze on Yun Nuoshing. Yao Ling stroked the ring on his hand and frowned. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing had already disappeared at the door, he muttered, "That's strange. My ring can sense some treasures. That person seems to have something on her. What is it?" Hearing this, Jin Heng also asked curiously. Looking at the plaque with the divine word hanging on it, the corners of his eyes twitched a few times. He did not dare to go to that place too many times. Hee. Yuanshi laughed. He directly led his people up the stairs to the second floor and walked in. Seeing this, Jin Heng and Yao Ling looked at each other and followed behind. This was a fiery red world. Even the trees were fiery red in color. It was like the setting sun hanging on the horizon, casting its remaining light. A gentle breeze blew, causing the leaves and grass to sway. From afar, it looked like a dark red flame was swaying. Under the giant tree in the center of the manor, an old man was sitting quietly with his eyes closed as if he was meditating. When he sensed that Yun Nuoshing and the others had entered, he only opened his eyes to look at them for a moment before closing them again. Although the divine word manor was extremely luxurious and the price was extremely high, there were still many people inside. Most of them were old people who were over 50 years old. In the divine word manor, anything was possible. Most of the people who had the capital to come here no longer cared about the so-called money. They wanted to use these useless things to fight for a new future or endless disappointment. Therefore, when some of the older cultivators were nearing the end of their lives, they would stake everything they had and come to this kind of place to gamble. They wanted to have a new breakthrough and, at the same time, prolong their lives. Yun Nuoshing only knew a little about the crystal-seeking technique, but she could still recognize that the red stones here, except for those special ones, were the famous blood ingot stones. Of course, this did not mean that the stones were really stained with blood. It was just a symbolic saying that this bright red color was naturally formed. Blood ingot stones only grew in places that were extremely hot or extremely cold. They were buried deep under the ground and formed from solidified magma. They meandered and drifted in the magma river, decomposing, recombining, and taking shape underground. It took countless years. If something was accidentally contained in it, it would be condensed by the energy contained in the stone for countless years. The stone itself was a kind of material. How precious was the thing that was wrapped in the stone? However, with such a large area, how much effort did it take to fill it up? As expected of an ancient family, such generosity. Even Yun Nuoshing could not help but praise. At the same time, she frowned slightly. His evil spirit eyes slowly opened. As he expected, nearly half of the blood ingot stones in the manor were covered by a layer of blurry white light. He could not see what was inside. Blood ingot stones. TSK. This chief family is really rich. Big Brother Yun, have you thought about where to start? The moment he entered, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked around and wanted to touch everything he saw. This made Yun Nuoshing feel a little helpless. She reminded him softly to prevent him from breaking anything. Yun Nuoshing looked around. Other than the majority of the blood ingot stones that couldn't be seen clearly, there were some that could be seen. The things inside were indeed of high quality and would not disgrace the name of the god brand. However, oh God, F***ck me. Oh, so expensive. Standing in front of a blood ingot stone that was 6 meters tall, Yun Nuoshing looked down at the price and sucked in a breath of cold air. It was close to half of his assets. Although it was rather expensive, the things inside seemed to be more valuable. He could vaguely see that it was some kind of material. It could probably be sold for a good price. Although this blood ingot stone was huge, it was not as expensive as some of the smaller ones. Thinking about it, it probably had something to do with the price set by the person who tested it. Who knew if that person had made a mistake? 20 million, it is. Money for money is just like this. Although it was a little painful, Yun Nuoshing still paid for it. He opened his evil spirit eye and looked at the stone carefully. He even pretended to touch it twice. When he found that the important things were all gathered in the middle, he was relieved. Then, under the shocked gazes of Xian and the others, he took out his Fangtian halberd and slashed it twice. Boom! The 6-meter-tall blood ingot stone was cut into a cube that was less than a meter wide. The rest of it fell to the ground. The dull sound made everyone's heart tremble. Oh my God! How could he cut a stone like this? Is this guy crazy? To be able to cut a stone like this, he's quite capable. Isn't he worried that he'll destroy the things inside? This is simply a waste of God's gift. At this time, many people in the Divine Stone Garden saw Yun Nuoshing's crazy actions and couldn't help but exclaim, "How was this cutting a stone? Wasn't this destroying it?" Ignoring the gazes of others, Yun Nuoshing held her Fangtian halberd and quickly cut the remaining cube. Slowly, the hidden material in the center was exposed. A golden and red light shot up into the sky. It was like a dense fog, obscuring everyone's vision and making it impossible to see what was happening. Even the old man sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree opened his eyes. When he saw this scene, he waved his hand and threw out an energy barrier, sealing off the stone garden. This was to prevent any rare creatures from escaping after they came into being. It's just an ordinary level 8 material. Ignoring the strong light, Yun Nuoshing reached out and grabbed the object. Looking at it, she sighed and muttered disdainfully. When everyone heard this, they almost vomited blood. What did she mean by just explain it clearly? Chapter 254. The light gradually dissipated, and everyone hurriedly widened their eyes. They saw Yun Nuoshing holding a basin-sized golden crystal in his hand. Red energy circulated inside the crystal, and the spiritual energy that permeated the air was like a small dragon circling around the crystal. The dazzling light illuminated his palm, and it was trembling slightly. It seemed to be quite heavy. This is an 8th-level jade spirit stone. It contains the 2 elemental energies of gold and earth. Among the 8th-level materials, it is considered a top-grade material. Such a large piece, if exchanged for immortal grade glazed crystals, it would be at least 150,000 caddies. At the scene, there were some people who had done a lot of research on crystal techniques. At a glance, they recognized what material Yun Nuoshing was holding in his hands and immediately exclaimed. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing sighed again. It was only an 8th-level material. He had a lot of it in his ring, but according to him, it was completely useless now. He didn't even need to hoard it. Indeed, although the weapons on him were all above God level. The strange thing was that most of the cores were only at the 1st or 2nd level. Only the body of the weapon was at the God level, so its power was more or less limited. In order to restore it, he only needed to restore the core to the 8th level. He could only use 8th-level materials when he advanced to the 8th level, although he used materials when he advanced the Ling Hong sword. That was a God-level weapon. It was fundamentally different from ordinary weapons. They allowed him to mess around with it. If he used an ordinary weapon, he would be courting death. What kind of luck is this? He can get something just by casually cutting it. Hearing Yun Nuoshing's sigh, some people felt unhappy and muttered. Although it wasn't loud, there was a short period of silence in the stone garden because of the scarlet jade crystal being cut out. This voice very clearly drilled into everyone's ears, and at the same time, it also brought about some other discussions. Look at how straightforward he was. Maybe he doesn't know anything, and just cut it for fun. That can only mean that his luck is really too good. He didn't even damage the jade spirit stone after such a big fuss. When luck comes, no one can stop it. Hearing these discussions, Yun Nuoshing curled his lips and did not say anything. After all, although he was not completely clueless about crystal techniques, he was not far from it. If not for the evil spirit essence, he would not have dared to take action like this. Since this if was not established, he could rest assured and take action. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoshing glanced at the two huge rocks on the ground that hadn't been cut open and let out a long yawn. She raised her Fangtian halberd and chopped at the rocks. In just a few blinks of an eye, the two huge rocks turned into stone powder, covering the ground with a thick layer of red stone powder. Pa! Just as the stone powder landed on the ground, a clear clapping sound rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their gazes, only to see a green-clothed Yuan-Shi gently clapping his hands. On his handsome face, there was still a calm smile. "Little brother, you have such courage. To have such courage, you must know that the jade spirit stone won't be damaged, right?" Yuan-Shi said softly, his eyes gently narrowed. His warm smile was like a spring breeze, easily causing people to have a good impression of him. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes and stared at Yuan-Shi for a good while. Only then did she shrug her shoulders, taking it as a tacit agreement. "Little brother, you have good eyesight. I wonder if you're interested in making a bet with me?" Yun Nuoshing's tacit agreement directly caused Yuan-Shi's eyes to burn with passion. The gentle smile on the corner of his mouth slightly widened. It seemed that the former's actions had made him a little itchy, and he wanted to learn from each other. "Oh." Seeing his appearance, Yun Nuoshing raised her eyebrows. She put away her sky piercer, put her hands behind her back, and said with a smile, "What kind of bet?" The two of them did not suppress their conversation, and spoke out directly, causing Yao Ling and Jin Heng to be a little surprised. Knowing Yuan-Shi's temperament, they did not expect that he would be so impatient to make a move. It seemed that after studying crystal techniques for a while, he really wanted to find someone to test his skills. "Let's bet with glazed crystals. 1 round, 500 kilograms of fine glazed crystals. The winner will be the most valuable one. How about it?" Yuan-Shi touched his chin and smiled after a moment. Hearing this condition, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although those who could come to the Divine Stone Garden had some capital and would carry thousands of kilograms of glazed crystals with them, they did not expect that the young master of the Yuan family would be so bold as to say 500 kilograms of glazed crystals. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and sighed, as if she could not accept it. Seeing her refusal, everyone was stunned. Just as someone was about to sneer, they were shocked speechless by the next sentence. 1 round, 10 million. Yun Nuoshing's original purpose was to come here for money. Naturally, she would aim for money now. 500 kilograms of fine glazed crystals was worth about 6 million. Although she would be broke if she bought another stone, any item in her collection would not be less valuable than this. Moreover, she did not think that she would lose, so she did not plan to use her savings. Not everyone had a magical eye like the evil spirit eye that could see through things. This was also Yun Nuoshing's greatest reliance. If she lost even with this, then there was nothing she could say. She could only obediently hand over 10 million with both hands. "Deal, let's begin." Although the bet had been raised a little, this amount of money was not considered a huge amount to Yuan-Shi. Therefore, he agreed very straightforwardly. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, his figure floated out directly to look for the stone. Seeing his anxious look, Yun Nuoshing smiled helplessly and was ready to set off to look for the stone. "Both of you, if you find anything rare, can you auction it in my golden jade palace?" Seeing that the two of them had started the battle with just one sentence, Jin Heng quickly said, No problem. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing did not stop walking. She waved her hand behind her and smiled. Since they had extended an olive branch, there was no need to rush to reject it. Maybe she would really have to trouble them later. The divine stone garden was usually very deserted. Although the situation of the stone workshops of the ancient families was different, and there were more or less people every day, there had never been dozens of people wandering in the stone garden together. When the news spread out, the people on this stone workshop street were stunned. I heard that the young master of the Yuan family is gambling with someone in the Qi family's divine stone garden. A good show is about to begin. On the street, this sentence spread like wildfire. Almost half of the city knew about it. Is it true? Gambling in such a money-burning place, and with the young master of the Yuan family, I'm very curious about who that person is. Although the Yuan family was not as famous as the ancient families in the gods' realm, it was still a big force and was on par with them. Many people knew about them. Now that they heard that the young master of the Yuan family was gambling with someone, it naturally aroused the curiosity of countless people. In the stone garden, the old man under the tree blinked his bright eyes and glanced at Yun Nuoshing and Yuan Shi. Then he closed his eyes again and remained motionless, making people mistakenly think that he had fallen asleep. Brother Yun, how confident are you? After leaving Yuan Shi, Wang Chen asked a little worriedly. Why? Little Chun, don't you believe me? Yun Nuoshing joked and laughed. Don't worry. After gambling, there's still the next one. I'm going to bet all their underwear. When they heard the first 3 words, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they heard the last few words, everyone's faces twitched. Xian's beautiful face could not help but turn red. She rolled her eyes at Yun Nuoshing and muttered, Xingxing is naughty. Ah! Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. On the endless fiery red grass, everyone's footsteps were light. A gentle breeze blew, and fiery red leaves fluttered all over the sky, adding a hint of autumn. The rustling of leaves echoed in their ears, and it was quiet and peaceful, although their eyes were filled with a fiery red. If one looked carefully, they would realize that there was a gradual change of red. It was not just a monotonous color. The stones blended in harmoniously with the scenery, and it was especially harmonious. Although most of the people followed behind Yuan Shi, there was still a crystallizer beside Yun Nuoshing, and the others constantly introducing them to the various kinds of stones. Yun Nuoshing let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness that guy helped me pull them away. Otherwise, I would have been annoyed to death. Although he had already seen how expensive the stones in the Divine Stone Garden were in the other 2 families, Yun Nuoshing could not help but swallow his saliva when he saw the 7 or 8 zeros in the Qi family's stone garden. This was too damn expensive. Although some of the stones were not big, they were ridiculously expensive. They were worth millions. Oh, F***CK. Oh, my heart. Oh, my mother. Yun Nuoshing clutched his heart and looked away from a stone. The 8 zeros made his back drenched in sweat. What kind of treasures have appeared here before? Lu Yi could not help but ask as she retracted her gaze from the forest at the side. Ha ha! Holy grade Xian crystals have appeared here before. There are also countless rare treasures here. The crystallizer master stroked his white beard and smiled. Mysterious crystals are the most wonderful energy crystals in the world. Not only can they contain divine items, they can also converge the essence and condense the power of heaven and earth. They can also seal life. Seal life? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing was stunned and asked curiously. He did not understand what it meant. Just like what it says, if you use some high-grade mysterious crystal to completely wrap a person, then the mysterious crystal can isolate the power of time, causing that person to be in a deep sleep. Their life functions will completely stop until the energy of the mysterious crystal is exhausted. Then, that person will wake up from their deep sleep. At this time, their state will be the same as when you were first sealed. They will not age with the passage of time. The crystallizer master smiled. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He had heard a little about this from ancient books, but he did not fully understand it. This is also a stone. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly discovered something. She turned her head to the side and was stunned for a moment. She quickly patted Yun Nuoxing, and the others pointed over and asked. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and was stunned. At this time, he also wanted to ask, is this really a stone? Is it purely natural? This was a very special stone. It was across as a whole. It was 10 meters long and wide. The middle was hollowed out, and one could see through the big hole. It was also dark red in color, and its surface was covered with moss. It seemed that it had not been touched for a long time. This is Scarlet Cross. The crystallizer master took a look and could not help but sigh. What's its origin? Yun Nuoxing walked forward and stretched out his hand to touch it. A bone-chilling sensation came back from his fingers, and he could faintly smell a faint, fishy smell. It made him shiver, and he quickly retracted his hand. The Scarlet Cross was taken from the Yama burning mountain. To be more precise, it was spewed out from the crater of the Yama burning mountain when the volcano erupted. Because it was taken from the forbidden area, although it was not a blood ingot stone, it was still placed here. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. Although the condition of coming out of Fengyan Mountain made him somewhat moved, his evil spirit, I could not see it clearly. He was a little hesitant. After looking around twice, he finally gave up and walked towards another stone. This one. Yun Nuoxing lightly smiled as he patted the 3-meter-tall blood-red stone. He could see through it with his evil spirit eye, and the price was 10 million. The value of the item inside far exceeded this amount. Looking back into the distance, Yuan Shi had also chosen a stone. It was about 100 jin, and the price was as high as 20 million. Yun Nuoxing looked at the stone. Outside his bright evil spirit eye, there was a subtle array that was hard to see. His vision narrowed by a lot. Looking at the stone gradually becoming transparent and revealing a touch of light green, he could not help but smile. But before he could take a closer look, his vision was blocked by a person. Damn! That guy, move away! His vision was suddenly blocked. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment and almost wanted to stomp his feet. What's wrong, little brother? Seeing him grimace, Lu Yi asked curiously, is it because the stone they chose is not clear? Xian looked at Yun Nuoxing and then looked at Yuan, she who was piled up like a human wall. Mei Mao turned around and transmitted her voice. No, I can see it clearly. But before I could completely see it, it was blocked. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, there's no problem. Chapter 255. How is it, little brother? Have you chosen? Yun Nuoxing was still looking at the stone. Although he didn't move, he was actually waiting for Yuan Shi and the others to come over. When he heard these words, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he slowly turned around. Beside Yuan Shi stood a red stone that was half the height of a person. It was the one that Yun Nuoxing was looking at earlier. Beside the former, there was a group of people. Even Jin Heng and Yao Ling were quietly looking at the stone. I've chosen. This is the one. Yun Nuoxing nodded and patted the 3-meter-tall boulder behind him with his hand. He smiled and looked at the half-meter-tall boulder. His smile unknowingly became wider. TCH, I don't know if this kid is messing around. He's even specifically picking large stones in the Divine Stone Garden. Does he think that just because it's big, it's definitely rare? Messing around. 10 million for a round. I hope this young man has some psychological endurance. After seeing Yun Nuoshing's stone, the surrounding people couldn't help but sigh. Some of them even sneered, as if they could already see Yun Nuoshing's miserable defeat. These people, although these words were deliberately suppressed, Lu Yi still heard some of it. Her eyebrows immediately furrowed. Just as she was about to scold them, Yun Nuoshing grabbed her arm. Yun Nuoshing smiled and shook his head. His calm appearance made Ming and Xian a little stunned. Wasn't this guy unable to listen to gossip? How could he be so calm? It's fine. If they want to laugh, let them laugh. I'm looking forward to seeing their face being slapped. I'm sure it'll be very crisp. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand with a faint smile, but it made the others roll their eyes. Little brother, please. Ignoring the voices around him, Yuan Shi clapped his hands and gestured to Yun Nuoshing to make the first move. Yun Nuoshing nodded and did not refuse. She turned around and used her evil spirit eye to carefully examine the 3-meter-tall rock. She memorized the location of the blue rock in her heart. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, she took out her Fangtian halberd. As soon as the halberd appeared, the ring on the demon spirit's hand emitted a bright light. The brightness of the light surprised even him. His pair of pointed ears lightly trembled. Brother demon spirit, what's wrong? Jin Hung subconsciously asked when he saw the situation. That weapon seems to be of a very high level. I have never seen such an intense light before. The demon spirit smiled and looked at the halberd. He quietly looked at it for a moment before shifting his gaze away. Hearing his words, Jin Hung also looked at the halberd with some astonishment. After a moment, he turned his attention back to the blood-red rock. Yun Nuoshing grabbed the halberd shaft and spun it twice. Then, just like before, she waved the halberd and quickly chopped a few times. Her strength was so great that she cut off a pile of rocks. Only the rock at the bottom was left. The surface of the rock was as smooth as a mirror. If she poured some water on it, she might be able to see a reflection. This guy, seeing the same action as before, everyone was stunned. If it was the first time, it could be attributed to her messing around. However, to do the same thing for the second time, it didn't make sense. Could it be that she really understood everything inside the rock? Seeing Yun Nuoshing's actions as before, the smile on Yuan Shi's face deepened. He looked at the former's eyes as if he was looking at a treasure. He lifted the remaining rock. It was about the size of a bucket. Although there was only one piece, it was more than 100 times heavier than a normal rock of the same size. Even with Yun Nuoshing's strong physical strength, her hands were trembling slightly. Putting away the sky piercer, Yun Nuoshing took out a small silver knife and pinched it in his hand. The remaining piece of blood ingot contained something. He only knew that it was blue in color, but he didn't know what it was. Moreover, there seemed to be a fist-sized piece of indistinct space within the blue stone. In other words, there was something hidden within the blood ingot stone as well. There's something hidden in the rock, Yun Nuoshing murmured with a smile. The small knife in her hand gently fell. Kacha! Although he had changed to a small knife, he didn't slow down at all. His waving arms even created afterimages. His knife was like the wind. The red rock almost flew out and fell to the ground instead of falling to the ground. It was obvious how much strength he had used. Everyone was speechless at his pathetic appearance. Then they looked at Yun Nuoshing. Even Xian and the others were shocked. Why was this guy so sinister even when he was cutting a rock? Pada! Wong! When a layer of rock flew out, the rock naturally split open. A bright, icy blue light streaked across the sky, breaking through the barrier of the stone garden and shooting high into the sky. The dazzling light shone on the entire city, dyeing the entire Divine Sky City blue. Even the outside of Divine Sky City could be seen clearly. This is the direction of a street in the stone square. What happened? The moment the light shot into the sky, a freezing cold air suddenly spread out from the rock. A layer of frost immediately spread on Yun Nuoxing's palm. He hurriedly threw the rock away and used the purple night flame to melt the frost. At this time, the cracks on the stone's surface were automatically extending, and the cracks on the stone's surface were constantly increasing. Rays of light rushed out, and a dazzling energy mist filled the air. At the same time, a storm was quietly brewing, wrapping up the entire Divine Word stone garden and continuously spreading out. Oh my God! What exactly is it that can cause such a huge reaction? In the stone garden, due to the spread of the cold air, everyone had no choice but to retreat a distance. The extremely low temperature of the cold air felt like it could even freeze one's soul. The energy fog is too thick. I can't see anything at all. It looks like a dragon flew out. Is it an illusion? It must be an illusion. It does look like a dragon. Could it be that a dragon was cut out? After being forced back a few hundred meters by the energy storm, everyone felt a little better. They hurriedly calmed down and looked at the area covered by the dazzling energy fog. They all started discussing. Xingxing, how is it? The cold wind, mixed with energy, rushed out in all directions. Xian's long hair was blown loose in the wind. She had no choice but to reach out and hold Yun Nuoxing tightly with her other hand. The wind was so strong that she couldn't even open her eyes. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He opened his evil spirit eye wide and stared at the fog with all his might. However, he couldn't see anything clearly. As the strong wind blew, tears streamed down his face. His eyelids trembled so much that he almost couldn't open his eyes. After a long while, he hurriedly covered his eyes with his hand and shouted, "No, I can't see anything at all." At this moment, the old man who had his eyes closed all this time suddenly opened them. His bright and spirited eyes shot out an intimidating light. His withered hands reached out from his sleeves and pressed down on the mist. An energy barrier appeared out of thin air, enveloping all the light and shadows. Then it buckled onto the rock that was emitting a strong light, isolating it from the outside world. Phew! The sudden disappearance of the storm allowed everyone to heave a sigh of relief. They hurriedly tidied up their messy robes and looked at the transparent energy barrier. It was already filled with energy mist, and it was still churning, as if it was still releasing energy. The strong wind even caused the energy barrier to be on the verge of collapse. What the hell did I cut out? Yun Nuoxing quickly tidied up his messy long hair. He helped Xian up slowly and looked at the shaking energy barrier. His eyebrows twitched as he said, "This can't go on. The energy expansion will tear the energy barrier apart from the inside." "I don't need you to tell me that." The old man raised his eyebrows. He slowly formed a few hand seals with his hands and created an even larger energy barrier that enveloped the god's stone garden. Then he threw out an energy barrier that surrounded Yun Nuoxing and the others. "Suppress." The old man spat out a syllable from his mouth. A large hand condensed from energy rapidly formed in the sky. As soon as it condensed, it pressed down on the shaking energy barrier. Under the impact of the internal and external forces, the energy barrier shattered. Boom! The energy barrier shattered. Before the gathered energy and the storm could spread out, the large hand slapped down. The two different types of energy canceled each other out. A series of muffled explosions sounded like muffled thunder. However, before the sound could spread out, it was shattered by the storm that blew up again. The sudden storm resisted the large hand for a moment, but it was not able to destroy it. Under this kind of counteraction, the dazzling energy mist actually showed signs of shrinking. Yun Nuoshing, who had been staring at it all this time, saw this situation and quickly took out his Fangtian halberd and formed a hand seal. 9 Heavens soul-concealing array. Seal. With a low shout in his heart, pure golden energy surged out from his body and was slowly transmitted to the halberd. A palm-sized golden array was constructed at the tip of the halberd. The mysterious patterns were like blooming lotus flowers, colorful and colorful. Without much hesitation, the evil spirit I opened against the strong wind that blew past. He grabbed the halberd tightly, and then took a deep breath and suddenly threw it at the dazzling area. Clang! Almost at the same moment the halberd left his hand, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light, and the surrounding energy fog, as well as the storm, all came to a stop. When they looked back at the original location, they saw that it had become extremely miserable. There was also a huge palm print on the ground, and about a meter above the ground, a rock that was bound by fine golden chains was quietly floating. From the cracks on the rock, they could see that it was shining with a blue light. Just what did you cut out? Jinheng stood up and quickly asked. He didn't even care about the grass on his head and his messy robe. Even the demon spirit didn't care about the grass on the corner of her mouth. She casually spat twice and opened her eyes wide, staring at the stone. When this question was asked, everyone quickly nodded their heads and turned their gazes over like a pack of wolves. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing shook her head. She took 2 steps forward and held the sealed stone in her hand. At this moment, the stone was already sealed. She wasn't worried about the energy leaking out. She was still very confident in the origin source sealing array of the divine body. But now, how was she going to do it? Chapter 256. Although it was sealed by the original formation of the divine body, it was impossible to open it. That would open the damper that had been painstakingly closed. Could it be that he had to cut the stone while it was sealed? That didn't seem to work either. The energy of the seal was circulating, and it would block external forces. To cut the stone was equivalent to breaking the seal. The old man under the tree walked over with an indifferent expression. He first glanced at the sealed stone, then looked at Yun Nuoshing in surprise. After looking at him for a long time, he slowly took out a golden knife and placed it in his hand. Then he stood aside and said nothing. He just looked at Yun Nuoshing with his old eyes. Yun Nuoshing looked at the old man in confusion. Then he looked at the knife in his hand and couldn't help but mutter, "Can it be cut with this?" After saying that, he suspiciously cut the stone with the knife. Crack! The knife cut open a corner of the crack, revealing a piece of ice blue. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yun Nuoshing also looked over in surprise. Then he looked at the knife in his hand in surprise. His expression was a little strange. What was this knife made of? How could it ignore his seal? He must have cut out a peerless treasure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big reaction. Maybe it's a divine-grade glazed crystal. Maybe it's a dragon. Seeing the piece of ice blue revealed, everyone was a little excited and began to talk about it again. Even the few old men who were in the stone garden at the beginning gathered around and whispered to each other. Their eyes were blazing as they stared at the stone. At this time, seeing that there was no danger, everyone gathered around Yun Nuoshing again. Looking at the motionless ladder, they couldn't help but shout, cut it quickly!" Seeing that these people's hearts seemed to be clawed by a cat, and wished they could cut them open with their own hands, Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had no choice but to put aside the question of why this saber could ignore the seal and focus on cutting with ease. Yun Nuoshing carefully cut down the stone layer, peeling it off layer by layer. Her expression was no longer as crazy as before. As the stone layer fell off, a sparkling and translucent blue crystal appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although it had been sealed, an extremely cold aura still floated out, causing the temperature in the air to drop sharply. Even the green grass was covered in frost. This is a 0-degree ice stone. Jinheng glanced at it and gasped in shock. Tier 10 material. Its temperature can reach absolute 0, and it's the best choice for forging god-level water elemental weapons. Holy shit! A 10th grade material. Such a big piece is worth at least 20 billion. However, it alone shouldn't be able to cause such a huge reaction. There should be something else inside. Those who knew their stuff sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. For a moment, the place was filled with discussions again. Quick, hurry up and cut. There's still half of it that hasn't been cut open. Some old men with white hair and beard shouted. Their eyes were wide open, and their mustaches were puffed up. They were even more anxious than Yun Nuoshing, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He raised his saber and gestured a few times. When everyone saw that he was about to strike again, they hurriedly held their breaths and stared at the blue ice stone without blinking. They were afraid that they would miss an important scene. Crack! Ding-ling! Yun Nuoshing continued to peel off the stone layer carefully. He cut along the cracks and peeled off more than half of the stone layer. A dazzling light shone through the seal, and a piece of music came from somewhere. It was like a peaceful and slow tune, as if heaven and earth were resonating with it. Thousands of zither strings were strummed together, and the sound was intoxicating. It seeped into people's hearts and stirred their emotions, causing them to close their eyes and listen. Melody. When he heard this familiar sound, Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned. When he saw that everyone was listening to the melody with their eyes closed, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed like he was really resistant to melody. He was the only one here who wasn't affected. Yun Nuoshing scanned the surroundings slowly and was stunned. He realized that there seemed to be many more people here, and he was sure that some of them weren't here just now. However, when he looked up at the sky, he understood. The commotion just now must have attracted everyone in Divine Sky City. Ding-ling! The intoxicating melody reverberated slowly in heaven and earth, as if hundreds of wind chimes were swaying in the city. The vast sound of the bells reverberated in the entire Divine Sky City. The various melodies of the bells intertwined and overlapped, but it didn't seem to be mixed at all. Instead, it had a different feel to it. It was as if the entire city had turned into a musical instrument, with the sound of heaven and earth as the accompaniment and the world as the stage. Cough! Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing coughed heavily with his immortal qi, pulling everyone out of their intoxicated state. Then, he hurriedly added another layer of seal. Everyone came back to their senses, and their expressions were a little dazed. It seemed like they didn't get out of that state immediately. After being in a daze for a while, they blinked and looked at their surroundings. Then, they looked at Yun Nuoshing, who looked a little helpless. They couldn't tell which was real and which was an illusion. Where's the 0-degree ice stone? What's this melody? It can actually confuse people. Some people just woke up and shouted a few times. When they saw the saliva at the corner of their mouths, their faces turned red, and they quickly wiped it away. This is an echo stone, the old man said faintly, among everyone present, other than Yun Nuoshing. Only he managed to maintain his consciousness and didn't completely fall into it. He sighed and said, "Legend has it that this stone fell from the heavens. It naturally has the sound of thousands of Tao, and it can turn all sounds into music. Even your heartbeat is a beautiful and captivating song. However, people who are intoxicated for a long time and can't break free will gradually lose their minds. Pa, ah, pa, ow, ah. Hearing this last sentence, everyone was stunned for a moment. Almost instantly, they turned around and slapped the person beside them who hadn't woken up yet. Instantly, countless crisp slaps and screams resounded. A few people even used too much strength and sent people spinning out of the room, and those who woke up suddenly felt a little dazed. They stared blankly in front of them, their faces burning. "Are you okay?" Yun Nuoshing asked worriedly as he walked to Xian's side, and saw that she was still a little dazed. He looked at his palm, then looked at her bright and beautiful face, and shook his head in pain. He couldn't do it. "Xing Xing." Xian called out. Fortunately, Xian didn't seem to have fallen too deeply into it. She was just a little dazed, and her mind wasn't affected. This made Yun Nuoshing sigh in relief. After he finished checking on everyone and found that they were fine, he was relieved. "What did you see just now?" Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but ask after he comforted the frightened Ming. "Xing Xing, didn't you see it just now?" Hearing this question, Xian looked at him a little strangely. Just now, everyone fell into a temporary hallucination. Wasn't he affected? "I'm resistant to music." Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing smiled helplessly. He didn't know why either, so he could only explain it this way. Hearing this, Xian tilted her head like he did. After a while, she said, "A world of music. Sound seems to be tangible there. The whole world is filled with music, and there are countless instruments playing in the sky. It's probably like that." After she said that, she wrinkled her little nose, as if she wasn't sure. Everyone checked each other and found that no one was missing an arm or a leg, or was in a daze. They all let out a long sigh of relief, as if they wanted to let go of the fright they had just received. An echo stone that can confuse people's minds. Almost at the same time, everyone turned their gazes and saw Yun Nuoshing holding an ice blue stone the size of a bucket. It was as transparent as a crystal, and inside it was a white, almost transparent, smooth stone the size of a head. There were a few obvious carvings on the surface, and it looked a little like a zither. Echo stone. Music belongs to the water element. It can be born in a 0-degree ice stone, so it's not difficult to make an echo stone. It's just that I don't know how long it will take to make a stone like this. Her palm gently stroked the 0-degree ice stone. Because there were 2 layers of seals, there was basically no heat leaking out. "Young friend, I want to buy it. How much is a suitable price?" "I'll pay 50 billion. "Young friend, how about selling it to me?" Before Yun Nuoshing could react to the first sentence, the next sentence directly shook Yun Nuoshing to the point that her head exploded. Even the sound of breathing in the surroundings disappeared. What was 50 billion? It would not be a problem to feed hundreds of thousands of families. After all, 20 gold coins was equivalent to an ordinary family's annual expenses. Moreover, even some of the major forces would feel heartache if they were to throw out such an amount, right? Everyone was stunned for a long time, and it could be said that they were petrified. Even the members of the Qi family could not help but wipe away their sweat. They could take out 50 billion, but they would definitely feel heartache. Therefore, the moment they came to their senses, basically everyone hurriedly turned their heads. They really wanted to see what kind of force would be able to spend so much money like this. After looking around for a long time, their gazes finally gathered on one person. They saw that the young master of the Yuan family, Yuan Shi, was dressed in green. He had always acted as if nothing mattered to him. He was currently staring at the echo stone in Yun Nuoshing's arms with fiery eyes. His excited and tearful expression made everyone confused. They did not know what was wrong with the young master of the Yuan family. Brother Yuan, even Jin Hung and Yao Ling were stunned. This kind of spending was not small. Even if the two of them wanted to mobilize such a large amount of money, they would have to think carefully. However, when they thought of Yuan Shi's matter, they were a little enlightened. After looking at each other for a while, they chose to keep quiet and did not say anything else. This young master. Seeing his big reaction, the people around Yuan Shi were also stunned. They wanted to persuade him, but it was not good for them to do so. However, if they did not do so, they would probably be scolded when they returned. It's okay. I'll explain it to my father when I return. Yuan Shi waved his hand. He stared at Yun Nuoxing with a burning gaze and said eagerly, "Little brother, is it possible? If it's not enough, Yun Nuoxing, who had never come into contact with such a value, was a little flustered. At this moment, he was also out of his wits. He hurriedly looked at the old man from the Qi family for help and asked for his opinion. Receiving this look, the old man was stunned for a moment. He stroked his beard and thought for a long time. Then he looked at the 0-degree ice stone and frowned. He said slowly, "The echo stone is an 11th level material. It needs to be stored in a special container. Otherwise, it cannot be taken out from a living creature. Such a large echo stone is estimated to weigh 50 kilograms. It is worth 400,000 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals, which is about 80 billion. Together with this 0-degree ice stone, it is worth 200,000 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals." Hearing this, everyone silently counted on their fingers and then slapped their hands over their mouths. Their eyes were wide open, and they were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. What shocked everyone even more was that Yuan Shi's brows didn't even twitch. She directly opened her mouth and yelled out loud, 120 billion. Chapter 2:57. In the quiet God stone garden, even the sound of the wind had disappeared. Even the warm breeze couldn't blow away the strange atmosphere. Everyone's breathing was intentionally or unintentionally suppressed at this moment. It was so quiet that it was frightening. At this moment, the number he heard wasn't 10,000, 100,000, or 10 million, but 100 billion. Even with Yun Nuoxing's usual calmness, he couldn't help but be a little sluggish. He didn't recover for a moment. After a long while, he blinked his eyes and swallowed his saliva. He looked at Yuan Shi seriously and didn't say anything. "Little brother, if you think it's not enough, I can increase the price." Seeing that Yun Nuoxing didn't say anything, Yuan Shi was a little anxious. He gritted his teeth and was about to call out the price again, but he was stopped by Yun Nuoxing. Hold on. Brother, are you sure you don't need to wash your face and drink a glass of water?" Yun Nuoxing touched his face and looked at Yuan Shi strangely. He didn't know why he wanted this echo stone so much. Although materials of level 10 and above were priceless, there was no need to be so impatient, right? Level 10 and above materials were only used in special circumstances. The demand was relatively small, but it still couldn't be bought on the market. After all, not everyone was holding a level 10 weapon and preparing to upgrade it. Moreover, it was extremely expensive. If it was really a level 10 weapon, the materials needed would be much more than this small piece of echo stone. It wouldn't be strange, even if he had to refine a mountain of materials. I'm very calm right now. Hearing that Yun Nuoxing treated him as deep well ice, Yuan Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His eyes stared straight at Yun Nuoxing without a trace of joking. "Are you sure?" Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows. Although the echo stone was a rare level 11 material, because materials that contained music were rare, Even if he had a ring full of materials, he didn't have materials with this attribute. Originally, he wanted to save it for future use, but looking at the current situation, he really didn't know what to do with it. I'm sure. Yuanqi nodded solemnly. Can you tell me the reason? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was also a little curious. His gossipy heart was aroused, and he couldn't help but ask. Because of Yuanqi's bid, the people who sent him a voice transmission just now all shut up, so he was probably the only guest. Hearing this, she was slightly startled. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. Hidden troubles? Yun Nuoxing was considerate. She smiled and didn't force him to say it. She caressed the ice stone in her arms and didn't know what to do with it. Sigh, I really do need the echo stone urgently because of a very important matter. Yuanqi nodded his head in distress as an imperceptible sadness flashed across his eyes. He looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, If little brother is willing to help me, the Yuan family of the Divine Prefecture will definitely be your friends in the future. Wow, hearing this, everyone present was a little surprised. This condition could be said to be heavy. If it was proposed by someone else, they might have doubted it. However, if it was proposed by Yuanqi, the young master of the Yuan family, there was no need to doubt anything. It could be said that if Yun Nuoxing made this deal, in addition to being able to carry a large sum of money, she would also have an additional force supporting her from behind. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? After all, the Yuan family's status was comparable to the 8 ancient families. Yuanqi sighed heavily and slowly transmitted his voice to Yun Nuoxing. My Yuan family includes all the techniques in the world. Every family values inheritance and the collection of Xian techniques very much. Because of the accumulation over the years, I don't know how many strange Xian techniques have been collected, although some of them have miraculous effects on one's cultivation. They are actually evil techniques. If one cultivates them, I don't know what the consequences will be. Seeing that he was finally willing to speak, Yun Nuoxing also perked up her spirits and hurriedly pricked up her ears, wanting to understand more clearly. There are 10 children in the Yuan family's main bloodline. I'm ranked 9th because I'm exceptionally talented. I was elected as the young master. The 10th child is our youngest sister. At this point, Yuanqi's face revealed a self-deprecating expression. When Yun Nuoxing saw this, she felt that this matter should be related to the 10th child. My sister's talent isn't very good. In a family like ours that values inheritance, it can be said that she's ostracized, an alien. No one thinks highly of her. Although the 9 of us brothers and sisters love her very much and have blocked out those who slandered her in the family, she still gradually felt inferior. No, it should be resentment. She hates herself for being weak. Growing up in a family like this may be a kind of misfortune for her. Therefore, she has been searching for Xian techniques at home. She wants to find the strongest Xian technique in order to become stronger. Because the Yuan family has collected countless Xian techniques and secret techniques, it's not that easy for her to find them. Naturally, we went to help her. In fact, we secretly collected those evil techniques behind her back. Father also collected some Xian techniques that were harmful to himself. However, we forgot about one place. Yuanqi grabbed his hair. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The expression on his face seemed to be regretful and sorrowful. Calm down. Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea and patted him on the shoulder. Xian and the others sat at the side and quietly listened to his recollection. Jinheng, Yao Ling, and the others also sat at the side with their eyes closed. They held a cup of tea in their hands and did not speak for a long time. The latter and the others all knew about Yuanqi's matters because it wasn't easy to continue staying in the Qi family's stone workshop Yun Nuoshing led her people out and found a slightly more luxurious tea house. The people in the stone workshop all knew that Yuanshi was determined to get the Echo Stone. They didn't say anything and just watched as they left. It's a collection place of extremely evil Xian techniques. My sister's element is the water element. She accidentally broke into that place and saw a Xian technique. It's a Xian technique about music. It can be said to be a combination of attack and defense. If you succeed, you'll become a god. If you fail, you'll become a demon. It's one of the most bizarre Xian techniques in music. It's called 6 Sacred Demonic Sounds. These characteristics made Yun Nuoshing guess. Yes, you know about it. Hearing Yun Nuoshing blurt it out, Yuanshi stood up excitedly and stared at Yun Nuoshing with bright eyes. Even Jin Heng and Yao Ling were a little surprised. They had never heard of this thing before. If they didn't know the name, they wouldn't have guessed it. I've heard about it from others. Pressing down the excited Yuanshi to sit down, Yun Nuoshing nodded. Back at the Red Star Academy, Xian Yin had mentioned this Xian technique to him. He still remembered that when she said it, there was a little admiration and fear in her voice. If it's released by someone of the same level as me, the range of its influence will cover the entire realm of the gods. When the demonic sounds are released, all living things will be destroyed. This was what Xian Yin said back then, which made Yun Nuoshing a little surprised. This technique was created by a god from an unknown era. According to legend, when this technique is cultivated to great success, all living things will be destroyed when the demonic sounds are released. There won't be any life within the range of the divine power. However, the conditions for cultivation are very harsh. During cultivation, one must cultivate with one's soul. One must reach the realms of forgetting oneself, severing one's thoughts and thoughts. There are 3 stages to this technique. Releasing each stage will consume one's soul and life, harming oneself and the enemy. If the cultivation fails, one will be cursed and die in pain. It's a very strange Xian technique. Yun Nuoshing tried hard to recall what Xian Yin told him. Yes, could it be that you've also cultivated it? Yun Nuoshing said it word for word, which made Yuanshi a little surprised. No, I heard it from someone else, so I just remembered it. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. Seeing Yuanshi's slightly disappointed expression, she couldn't help but sigh and said, "Your sister failed in her cultivation, right?" Yuanshi nodded and scratched his head in distress. He looked helpless, which was completely different from the carefree attitude he had when they first met. Those who are cursed will be tortured to death in pain. In order to remove the curse, you have to use a myriad of rhythms. This is why you want to buy the Echo Stone, right? Seeing this, Yun Nuoshing was a little troubled. Yes, for this, I will pay any price. Yuanshi nodded heavily. His desperate look made Yun Nuoshing sigh. In the northern part of Divine Sky City, there was a floating palace in the air. There was a huge Yuan character floating outside, which showed that this was the place of the Yuan family. The entire palace was green in color, as if there was an endless amount of wood element flowing inside. Looking at the staircase that was hundreds of steps long, Yun Nuoshing was a little speechless. Although she wanted to take a look, she didn't expect to come to such a place. Let me tell you a piece of news that might make you despair. Looking at the palace that was close at hand, Yun Nuoshing scratched her head. What? When Yuanshi heard this, his eyes turned red. I don't think I can help her with that Echo Stone. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Seeing his anxious look, she couldn't help but shake her head and said, "You have seen it just now. The Echo Stone creates a kind of illusion that can make people unconsciously immerse themselves in. Although it really sounds like there are thousands of Tao roaring, it is just an illusion." Hearing this, Yuan's eyes dimmed a little. He had experienced it just now. Although he knew that Yun Nuoxing might be telling the truth, he still didn't want to give up. If it really worked, his sister would be able to live. Thinking of this, she said stubbornly, "But I still want to try. Even if there is only a 1 in a billion chance, I still want to try." Okay. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing nodded. She loved his sister very much. What about family? Was this how it felt? After passing through the barrier that formed its own world, Yun Nuoxing saw that the palace had suddenly become much farther away. In this world, there were blue skies and white clouds. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Forests and lakes intersected. The mountains and rivers were the same color as the sky. It was like a paradise on earth. When you go in later, you have to be prepared to dodge. Standing in front of the huge palace, Yuanxi looked at the door, then looked at Yun Nuoxing. He looked at his face a few more times, then glanced at Wang Chun and reminded him. What? When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he didn't react. He didn't know what it meant, but he saw Jin Heng and the demon spirit both move their throats. Their faces were filled with fear, and then they took 2 steps back without leaving a trace. The energy in their bodies quietly circulated, as if they were facing a great enemy, causing Yun Nuoxing to be confused. In short, just be prepared to dodge. Yuanxi smiled helplessly. Hearing this, Xian nervously grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm and lowered the brim of her hat a little. Even Ming uneasily shifted his position, jumping from Yun Nuoxing's arms to Xian's. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was some prehistoric beast about to be born? With his palm pressed against the door, Yuanxi took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. Chapter 258. After walking past 2 corners, a long corridor appeared in front of them. There were rows of snow-white pillars on both sides of the corridor. The corridor in the middle was covered with a long red carpet that extended forward. There were corridors on both sides of the hall, but no one knew where they led to. Do all rich people live in such a big place? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but mutter as they walked past the hall and the tall corridor in front of them. In the Divine Sky City, what he saw the most was palaces. When he looked up, he would see rows of palaces. When he looked up, he would see a group of palaces that could fly. Buildings are the symbol of power and status. It's understandable that it developed like this. Jin Heng smiled at the side. Aren't palaces the symbol of emperors? This is also why so many forces use palaces as their strongholds, the demon spirit said faintly. The few of them chatted casually. Unknowingly, they passed through a few corridors and reached the 2nd floor in one of the corridors. The 2nd floor was horizontally distributed, and the outer side was surrounded by glass. Through the glass, they could clearly see the forest outside. Although the area was quite big, it looked a little cold and lifeless. Originally, the Yuan family didn't have a base in the Divine Sky City. Although the northern wilderness was rich in glazed crystals, the Yuan family's headquarters was in the western part of the Divine Prefecture. They had a fixed business, so there was no shortage of resources. Later on, because of this incident, we set up a stronghold in the Divine Sky City. However, because it was set up by us brothers and sisters, no one from the main family is here. Yuanxi explained softly when he saw the confusion on Yun Nuoxing's face. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. From the moment he came in, he felt that something was missing. It turned out that it was a little lifeless. The entire small world seemed too quiet. After making many turns, they arrived in front of a door. Yuanxi stood in front of the door, and his face darkened slightly. His cheeks twitched as he turned around and looked at Yun Nuoxing. He smiled embarrassedly and said, after you enter, don't be too agitated no matter what happens. Remember to dodge well. Forget it. It's better to deal with the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. Why don't you just bear with it? So, what's with this expression of having seen a ghost? Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but ask with a hollow laugh when she saw Yuan Shi and the other two's faces turning the color of pig liver. She even took a step back. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and slowly pushed the door open. On the left side of the hall, there were 2 round tables with exactly 10 seats. On the right side of the hall, there were a few long sofas surrounding a long coffee table. There were a few portraits hanging on the wall. Yun Nuoshing saw Yuan Shi's figure at first glance. It was a little funny that he was being tormented by a few people. The largest portrait in the middle was exactly 10 people. It seemed to be a family portrait. On the ceiling of the hall, there was a cluster of crystals that were emitting a bright light, flashing dazzlingly one by one. "My cutest little brother, do you miss your prettiest big sister?" Before Yun Nuoshing could sigh at the 2 different styles of clothing that were exquisite and didn't conflict with each other, a beautiful voice suddenly sounded in her right ear. Before anyone could react, a black shadow flew over, her hair dancing in the wind. A graceful figure rushed over and hugged Yuan Shi, who was caught off guard. She even hugged him and spun him around excitedly. The moment Jin Hung and Yao Ling reacted, their handsome faces turned pale almost at the same time. They took 2 steps back. Even Xian and the others were shocked and took a small step back. "Big sister, die, save me." From the time they heard the voice to their feet, leaving the ground, it was only a fraction of a second. Instantly, the hall was filled with screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered. Yuan Shi shouted at the top of his lungs, his handsome face pale. "Yo, Shi, you're back. Hung, Lingling, you're here too. Are these new friends? Drink and welcome." When the screams were heard, a handsome man in a white robe who was sitting on the sofa on the right side of the hall smiled and quickly walked over. He ignored Yuan Shi, who was being tortured to death, and looked directly at Yun Nuoshing and the others with a smile. "Shi, your friends? This is..." The woman who was hugging Yuan, she tightly stopped when she heard the voice. Under her fluttering black hair, a beautiful and charming face was revealed. Her big eyes were full of mischief. One look, and anyone could tell that she wasn't someone who knew her place. The moment she saw Yun Nuoshing, she stopped what she was doing and put Yuan Shi on the ground. Mei Mao's eyes sparkled. Seeing her like this, Yuan Shi cursed in his heart. "Brother Yun, run!" Yuan Shi roared at Yun Nuoshing almost as soon as he landed. Yun Nuoshing, who reacted half a beat slower, was stunned. Just as he was about to take a few steps back, he saw a beautiful figure flash in front of him. Then he suddenly felt a pair of soft jade hands wrap around his waist, and his feet instantly left the ground. This child is so cute. Big sister likes it." The woman hugged Yun Nuoshing and shouted excitedly. She couldn't help but rub her face against his handsome face. "Goo, I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Yun Nuoshing groaned in pain as the woman hugged him so tightly that he couldn't breathe. When Jin Hung and Yao Ling saw this, they quickly retreated with fear on their faces. The moment Lu Yi saw this, she immediately ran away with Wang Chun. Xian was also shocked by the woman. He hugged Ming and retreated with the others. They sold Yun Nuoshing out so easily. "You can't sell it like this. My teammate." After a while, Yun Nuoshing knelt on the ground, his handsome face pale. Next to him, Yuan Shi also knelt on the ground. His hand trembled as he patted his shoulder. With an apologetic and bitter smile, he said, "I'm sorry. My big sister has a good impression of cute boys. She's always like this. She's infatuated. Ahem." Yun Nuoshing coughed and raised his head. When he saw his "we've suffered the same thing, so we'll be brothers from now on" expression, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He muttered, "This is even happier than Shinran. What's wrong with this world? My cutest little brother, how can you say that about your prettiest big sister? Did you miss me?" Hearing their muttering, the woman chuckled. She squatted down and scratched Yuan, she's head with her jade-like hands. Then she looked at Yun Nuoshing, and the angle of her red lips widened. She pinched Yun Nuoshing's chin with her jade-like hands and raised it slightly. A pair of cunning Mei Mao met the pair of light purple eyes. She smiled sweetly and said, "Little boy, are you interested in marrying into the Yuan family?" Yun Nuoshing felt as if he was struck by lightning. His psychological defenses completely collapsed. "Big sister, that's enough." "No." In an instant, 6 other people jumped out from nowhere and pulled the woman away from Yun Nuoshing. Xian, on the other hand, was so fast that he almost teleported to Yun Nuoshing's side. He carried him and retreated. Lala, don't be like this. I like that little boy." The woman giggled coquettishly as her sisters-in-law disrupted their happy occasion. When Yuan Shi and the others saw her charming appearance, they rolled their eyes. "Xing xing, xing xing." Hugging Yun Nuoshing and retreating at top speed, Ziyin saw his pale, handsome face and was shocked. She gently shook his shoulder with her jade hands and called out nervously, "I was teased. I was teased. I was teased." At this moment, Yun Nuoshing was in a temporary state of being separated from his soul. He kept muttering these 4 words, "It's over. Big brother has gone silly." Ming wrinkled his nose and muttered as he pinched Yun Nuoshing's face with his little hand. "Oh, my," Xian actually shouted, "no. Is this the rhythm of announcing Little Star's ownership?" In Yun Nuoshing's mind, Zi smiled as he wrote this down in his diary and looked at it happily. After a long while, Yun Nuoshing finally came back to his senses. After all, he had been trained by Xian Yin, so his skin was a little thicker. He just didn't react in time. Seeing the 9 people fighting together, Yun Nuoshing smiled silently and said to Yuan Shi, "Your family is quite interesting." "Ha, ha." Yuan Shi's cheeks trembled, and he laughed dryly. After messing around for a long time, everyone finally tidied up their clothes and sat down. Jin Heng and Lu Yi, who had run away a long time ago, also came back carefully. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, they pushed Yun Nuoshing's seat to the front and kept shifting their butts on the sofa. The mischievous woman, who was supposed to be sitting at the head of the table, was now clinging tightly to Yun Nuoshing. Everyone was speechless when they saw this. Even Yuan Shi couldn't bear to look at his crazy big sister. On the other side of Yun Nuoshing, Xian was also hugging his arm tightly. Her pretty face was full of vigilance as she looked at the woman, afraid that Yun Nuoshing would be snatched away by her. "Little girl, why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that I'll snatch him away?" After the introduction just now, Yun Nuoshing and the others also knew the name of this big sister of the Yuan family. At this moment, she was smiling as she looked at Xian. Xian's pretty face flushed red when she was called checkmate. She was speechless. She didn't know whether to nod or shake her head. For a moment, she was stunned. "Big brother is mine." At this critical moment, Ming declared her sovereignty. She stood on Yun Nuoshing's lap and pointed at Yuan Qian with her little finger. "Then you'll be my little sister from now on." Yuan Qian laughed when she heard this. She even patted Ming's head affectionately. "Who's your little sister?" Ming mumbled as she shook her head unhappily and flung her hand away. "Oh, he. In the future, when your big brother marries into the Yuan family and marries me, won't you be my little sister?" Yuan Qian laughed without hesitation when she saw this. Ming was choked speechless. Big brother, we'll never marry you. Ming couldn't stop talking. He gritted his teeth and persisted. Could it be that he's engaged? Or Yuan Qian smiled sweetly when she heard this. Mei Mao looked at Xian and said, "Are you his girlfriend?" Xian was so anxious that he was about to cry. He didn't know how to answer. Xian and Ming were on the same side now. However, they couldn't say anything. Their usually clever mouths couldn't even open today. Big brother will marry me in the future. When he saw Ziyan directly disarm himself and surrender, Ming was slightly anxious as well. His little face went red as he opened his mouth and spat out a sentence that shocked the heavens and the earth, and it caused everyone present to almost spit out a mouthful of tea. "Little sister, you'll have to grow up quickly. Now, your big brother is going to be eaten by me. You won't have a chance." Yuan Qian continued to laugh when she heard this. She even touched Yun Nuoxing's face, causing him to blush. Ming was speechless and lowered his head in defeat. "Big sister, you're too filthy." Even Yuan she couldn't help but blush. Weren't these words a little too obvious? "Second brother, you should say something to her." Yuan she nudged the white-robed man next to him and muttered. Yuan Qi chuckled as he closed the book. He looked at Yuan Qian, who had an infatuated look on her face, and said, "Elder sister, you should stop before going too far. Don't scare the guests. Who knows what they came here for? That. Fourth sister, sit down first." Yuan Qi looked behind Yun Nuoxing, which made him stunned. He also turned around, only to see a beautiful face with furrowed brows at close range, which gave him a fright again. "You have a strange smell on you." Fourth sister Yuani sniffed. She seemed to have smelled something strange on Yun Nuoxing's body. Her limpid eyes were filled with confusion. Yuan Yi wrinkled her nose when she heard what Yuan Qi said. She shook her ponytail and obediently returned to her seat. However, her eyes were still staring at Yun Nuoxing, causing the latter to shudder. "Sisters, where are your morals?" Yuan Shi covered his face in despair. He felt that there was nothing left to live for. Chapter 259. Yuan Shi rubbed his face again and again. When he saw Yun Nuoxing's sad expression, he couldn't help but send a telepathic message to her. "Other than me, everyone in our family is a little weird. Please excuse us." It's quite interesting." Yun Nuoxing smiled when she heard that. She didn't feel disgusted. Everyone had their own personality, didn't they? Family activities were quite exciting. However, this family had 10 personalities. Did their parents know that they were so powerful? All right, let's stop fooling around. After fooling around and teasing for a while, Yuan Qian finally stopped and put away her mischievous smile. She looked at Yuan Shi and smiled. "You came back in such a hurry that you didn't even inform us. Did something happen?" "Yes." Yuan Shi nodded. After pondering for a while, he told her what happened at the Qi family's stone workshop. "Echo stone? 10th sister's curse can be lifted." After hearing what he said, the 8 of them blurted out the same sentence almost at the same time. Yuan Qian was so excited that she slammed her palm on the coffee table and stood up abruptly. She directly pounced on Yun Nuoxing, scaring him. "Tell me, what do you want? No matter what it is, the Yuan family can give it to you, even if you want me to get married. I just want to borrow your echo stone to save 10th sister." Yuan Qian grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hands and said in a pleading tone. She no longer had the teasing tone from before. "Ahem." However, before she could finish speaking, Yun Nuoxing coughed violently. She quickly shook her head and said anxiously, "Don't." I already said that the echo stone might not be able to help her. After she said that, she looked at Mei Mao's red eyes. Her excitement and concern didn't seem fake. It was completely from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but sigh. Was this what siblings were like? They really didn't care about anything else. But no matter how small the hope is, we still want to give it a try. Yuan Shi said calmly. The faint smile that had been on his face had also disappeared, replaced by an unconcealable sadness. After passing through a long corridor, they arrived at the center of the left side of the palace. Yuan Qian brought everyone to a stop in front of a door. She bit her red lips and said in a low voice, "Shui is inside. She has been in a deep sleep for a long time. We have invited countless alchemists, but none of them have been able to help her. We had no choice but to secretly bring 10th Sister here from the western regions, hoping to find a way to help her. However, how can it be so easy to find something that contains 10,000 tunes? Furthermore, there are very few people who cultivate music, and there are even fewer gods who call themselves music gods in the god realm. Even the Yuan family is at their wits' end," said Yuan Qian. Mei Mao's face reddened, and everyone fell silent. "Come with me." After all, she was the eldest sister. Yuan Qian only felt sad for a moment before she pulled herself together and gently pushed the door open. The pink room was filled with a warm atmosphere. There was a bed, a table, and a dressing table at the head of the bed. The furniture was arranged in a unique style, and the warm colors were somewhat similar to the decorations on the right side of the hall. They were probably made by the same person. A wide princess bed was placed near the window. The pure white and transparent curtains swayed with the wind. Looking out of the window, one could see a flat grassland. In the distance, there were a few clouds leisurely floating in the blue sky. A few rays of warm sunlight shone into the room. Yuan Qian led everyone into the room. She walked around the round blanket on the floor and gently sat down by the bed. Looking at the person on the bed, she couldn't help but sigh. The pink bedsheets didn't have a single wrinkle, and the slightly thin blanket outlined the exquisite figure of the person on the bed. Looking up, it revealed a pretty face. Her slender eyebrows were slightly curved, her tender red lips were tightly pursed, and her delicate little nose was raised high. Her standard face was a little thin, but it was still very pleasing to the eye. Of course, if one excluded the strange and mysterious patterns that took up 2/3 of her fair skin, she really was quite attractive. I see. A few palm-sized formations were floating in front of the evil spirit, and they were spinning. Yun Nuoxing saw Yuan Shui's entire body clearly. Of course, some parts of her body were automatically blocked. When she saw the strange blue patterns all over her body, she couldn't help but sigh. "These patterns aren't as good as mine," Yun Nuoxing muttered in her heart, feeling a little proud. The 6th sacred demonic music is rumored to have been created by a god. It can be divided into 2 directions, either holy or fallen. Of the 2, the latter is naturally more powerful. However, if one blindly pursues power and can't stay true to their nature, they will sooner or later be devoured by the dark and negative energy of the mysterious technique. They will lose themselves, become a demon, and go crazy. In the end, they will become a monster that only knows how to kill. Yun Nuoxing sighed and softly said, "According to this progress, the process of falling to the dark side is almost complete. When Yuan Shui wakes up at that time." Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone's eyes were locked on her, she couldn't help but let out a long breath and muttered, "When that time comes, the one who wakes up won't be your 10th sister, but a monster. How can this be?" Yuan Shi was stunned. His eyes dimmed, and it was heartbreaking to see. Yuan Qian also couldn't accept it. She bit her red lips, and her face was filled with unwillingness. "Well, that's how it is, but this is actually my first time seeing the 6th sacred demonic music. Although I've fallen to the dark side, if it can be reversed, It will undoubtedly become her strongest weapon, and it won't backfire on her. Yun Nuoxing suddenly laughed, breaking the depressing atmosphere. How can it be reversed? Hearing that there seemed to be hope, Yuan Qian and the others perked up a little and quickly asked. Although the 6 sacred demonic music was in their hands, none of them could do anything. After all, there were elemental requirements in it. Now, they could only pin their hopes on Yun Nuoxing, who had some clues. Just break the curse. Yun Nuoxing knocked on her head and said, just as the mysterious technique records say, we need to use 10,000 tunes to suppress and break the curse. I know that you all hope that the Echo Stone will be useful, but I'll be honest with you. The Echo Stone might not be able to break the curse because Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly and took out the sealed 0-degree ice stone. Instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted. Use energy to cover your ears. Yun Nuoxing reminded. Golden light appeared on her arm and slowly gathered on her index finger. When her index finger turned completely golden, she poked at one of the 3 chains on the surface of the 0-degree ice stone. After the golden chain was removed from the golden finger, it began to shake violently. Yun Nuoxing slowly exhaled, and with a gentle poke, he effortlessly pierced through the chain, and this chain also completely collapsed the moment it broke. The moment the chain collapsed, a long and mellow melody suddenly sounded. It sounded as if it came from afar. At times, it sounded like the resonance of 10,000 zither, the accompaniment of 1,000,000 pipa, or the sound of a flute. Along with the crisp sound of wind chimes, the melody flowed endlessly. It made the listeners feel as if they were standing in a vast field, listening to a soul-stirring melody. Ding! Just as everyone was about to lose themselves in the melody, a crisp sound suddenly pierced their ears, pulling them out of their slightly intoxicated state. Yun Nuoxing instantly sealed the 0-degree ice stone. She turned back to look at Yuan Shui, who was lying on the bed. The pattern on her face didn't change at all. It's really useless. The moment they regained their senses, Yuan Qian and the others rushed to the bed, only to see that Yuan Shui was still unconscious. The pattern on her face didn't fade away, which meant that the curse wasn't broken. At this moment, Yuan Qian and the others couldn't help but feel despair. They had heard the melody just now, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the resonance of 10,000 Dao. However, even this couldn't break the curse. They really didn't know what kind of melody could be called the resonance of 10,000 Dao. Although the Echo Stone can allow people to hear the so-called resonance of 10,000 Dao, almost everyone has forgotten an important point. Yun Nuoxing shook her head, helplessly, as she gently caressed the 0-degree ice stone. What's the important point? Yuan Qian was stunned and quickly asked, let me ask you a question. Do you know why the melody of the Echo Stone can confuse people? Yun Nuoxing smiled and kept them in suspense. I don't know. Yuan Shi shook his head very honestly, because the melody produced by the Echo Stone is only a type of illusion that confuses people. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, only an illusion. Yuan Qian's entire body went limp when she heard that. Her delicate body fell weakly onto the bed. Mei Mao's determination and perseverance seemed to have collapsed at this moment. She laughed miserably and only felt despair and helplessness. After all, illusions couldn't affect people who weren't conscious. It might work if it was a dream. Well, if we use the divine jade jewel, it might work. Yun Nuoxing spread her hands helplessly. Hearing that, everyone laughed bitterly. The divine jade jewel was a dignified, level 12 legendary item. Did she think that she could find it just because she wanted to? The birthplace and conditions of its birth were unknown. This increased the difficulty of finding it by another level. The only thing they knew that was related to Melody was the Echo Stone. Moreover, they didn't have time to waste. Looking at Yuan Shue's appearance, she would completely fall in a month. By then, it would be too late to say anything. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and thought for a while. She looked at Yuan Qian and the others for a long time before smiling slightly and saying, "Perhaps I have a way." "What?" Hearing that, Yuan Shi and the others, who were dispirited just now, were stunned for a moment. The moment they reacted, they pounced on Yun Nuoxing like wolves and tigers. Yuan Qian even directly pushed her to the ground. Their posture was a little strange. After being pushed to the ground, Yun Nuoxing's head suddenly hit the ground. It was so painful that she sucked in a breath of cold air. Before Yuan Qian and the others could say anything, she hurriedly laughed bitterly and said, "Calm down, I haven't said anything." Hearing that, Yuan Qian couldn't help but blush a little. She laughed embarrassedly and slowly stood up. At the same time, she also pulled Yun Nuoxing up from the ground. "I will try my best later. If it doesn't work, I reckon that other than the gods themselves, no one can do anything." Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, "Now, you all can go out and wait for news." After saying that, she forcefully turned Yuan Qian, who was standing at the front, around and then pushed them out of the door. Finally, she closed the door behind her. Everyone looked at the tightly shut door speechlessly and helplessly shook their heads. "Sister, is it really okay to just leave this matter to him like this?" Yuani looked at the door a little worriedly. She wrinkled her little nose and muttered, "I don't know either." Hearing that, Yuan Qian smiled bitterly and shook her head. After all, it was her first time meeting Yun Nuoxing. Moreover, it had been less than an hour. She didn't know her at all and didn't know how to judge her. "Don't worry." While the Yuan family was a little at a loss for what to do, Xian softly comforted them. "If it's Xingxing, there won't be a problem." Although this was very far-fetched, Xian still believed in Yun Nuoxing unconditionally. Although they hadn't known each other for very long, Xian understood that he was the kind of person who would do what he said. No, he was the kind of person who would do his best to fulfill his promise. Now that Yun Nuoxing had taken over this matter, he must have a way to solve this problem. Chapter 260. Phew! After throwing them out of the door, Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the pink bed, he could not help but laugh bitterly. "Although it's a little troublesome, I still have to work hard for the sake of my stability in the future. I hate troublesome things the most." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He was not a selfless saint. Since he chose to help, he naturally had his own reasons. In fact, he did not pin his hopes on the Echo Stone from the beginning. He had another solution, the god of rhythm's divine spark weapon, the swirling zither. This was the real divine weapon that could play 10,000 tunes. It was also his greatest reliance, Yun Nuoxing sighed as he touched the pattern on his forearm. Ever since he caused trouble in the Divine Weapon City, the Qi family had been thinking about him. Furthermore, many people in the world were paying attention to his actions. Naturally, they were targeting Ling Hongjian. Although he had Ling Hongjian with him and could hide from the heavens, no one could pinpoint his location through divination. However, this matter had always been a knot in his heart. If he did not solve it, he would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. However, he did not pin all his hopes on the Yuan family. To put it nicely, he treated them as friends. However, that was only if there were sufficient benefits or if they were valued. Although it sounded harsh, this was reality. Furthermore, he had offended one of the 8 ancient families, the Qi family, which was on an equal footing with the Yuan family. Yun Nuoxing did not believe that the Yuan family would offend the Qi family for him. He only hoped that he could use the Yuan family's name to make the Qi family more or less wary of him, so that they would not cause trouble for him. Furthermore, Ling Hongjian was the biggest barrel of gunpowder in his possession. If the Yuan family found out that he had Ling Hongjian with him, one day they might turn against him and become enemies. After all, the divine weapon ranked second in the divine weapon ranking was too valuable. Everyone would want to get their hands on it. Currently, his relationship with the 9 great elemental temples was unclear. He could not rashly throw out the sign that Jin Jinwang had given him. It would be fun if he overreached himself. Everything he was doing now was to prepare in advance in case the Qi family found him. In the future, whether we fight our way through or walk our way through will depend on how the Yuan family expresses themselves. Similarly, Yun Nuoxing did not think that the Qi family and the Yuan family would shed all pretenses of cordiality. If the two families fought, there would definitely be casualties, and others would take advantage of the situation. This was not a situation that the people from either force wished to see. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing gently walked to the side of the bed. She gently tapped her chest, and the zither flickered with a silver blue light. It floated out of her heart and floated in her hand, returning to its original form. It went from a finger long to 6 feet long. A resplendent light flowed on the zither, and the 6 strings were translucent and dazzling. Buzz. Unlike normal times, he had summoned the whirlpool zither in an awakened state, so as soon as it was summoned, the entire world was filled with crisp and pleasant music. Invisible ripples silently flowed through the air, and the space gently rippled like water. Even the energy within his body seemed to have faintly resonated with the music, and the energy within his body seemed to have become more vigorous under the influence of the music. As soon as this wave appeared, it was detected by Yuan Qian and the others outside the door. When they sensed that this wave was more powerful than the echo stone, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, ecstatic expressions appeared on their faces. This time, they clearly knew that their minds were not affected. In other words, this was a real performance. Brother took out the zither. Sensing this wave, Ming muttered in her heart. She had heard this sound when Xian Yin taught Yun Nuoxing how to play the zither, because it was just a performance and did not need to be unsealed. The 3 chances would not be lost. However, in order to make this performance contain the energy of 10,000 tunes, Yun Nuoxing had to use her own energy. However, if she used the pitiful amount of energy she had, it probably wouldn't even be enough to suck her dry. Yi. Helpless, Yun Nuoxing could only ask for help. I'm listening. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zai replied instantly, causing Yun Nuoxing to choke for a moment. Scratching her head, Yun Nuoxing explained the situation. Of course, she also tactfully asked for her help in the end. I can help, but, little star, you're a little too gentle. Ziyi agreed happily after hearing her explanation. However, she wanted to say a few more words. Why can't I see it? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She didn't know how he could be gentle. Well, actually, I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Little star, ever since you subdued me, even if you want to use my energy, you've always requested it and not directly requisitioned it. What do you think? Ziyi smiled when he heard this. Yun Nuoxing paused, thought for a while, and nodded. Because that was the case, there was nothing wrong with it. However, she was a little confused. What's wrong with that? Don't you think it's strange that I'm not requesting to use your energy, but forcibly taking it? Well, as long as you're happy. Ziyi didn't say much when he heard this. Instead, he threw out a sentence that made Yun Nuoxing speechless. Then he smiled and said, "Let me use your body for a while." Before Yun Nuoxing could react, his body was forcibly requisitioned. A huge amount of energy slowly awakened in his body. Just as it was about to erupt, Yun Nuoxing slowly suppressed the energy. Ziyi looked at the swirling zither in her arms and smiled. She muttered to herself, "Playing the zither? I haven't played it in a long time. I wonder if I can still play it." Because only Yun Nuoshing could use the swirling zither, Ziyi could only use Yun Nuoshing's body to play it. Of all the people present, only she could afford such an astronomical expenditure. With that, Ziyi gently sat on the edge of the bed. Mei Mao glanced at the girl on the bed, then placed the swirling zither horizontally on her lap. Her jade-like hand gently swept across the zither, and a steady stream of energy was transferred from her body to the swirling zither. The faint purple energy and silver-blue energy intertwined, reflecting a resplendent and moving light. It was reflected in the room, like a moving reflection of light. The ethereal sound of the zither rang out slowly. It seemed to echo from a distant place, yet it also seemed to be right in front of them. It was ethereal and untraceable, like the crisp sound of a clear spring flowing through a mountain rock. The rhythm was sometimes gentle and cheerful, sometimes like a storm, and sometimes like a gentle breeze blowing on their face. The spring water flowed under their feet, and they were about to be drowned in this ocean of music. It was melodious and captivating, and people couldn't help but be intoxicated and linger in it. The sound of the zither pierced through space and drifted out, spreading to the divine sky city. It had a strange power that seemed to be able to soothe restless souls. The originally noisy streets actually gradually calmed down. Countless people listened to the melodious sound of the zither that came from nowhere and couldn't help but close their eyes, using their souls to listen. It was as if their souls had been cleansed and their spirits had been elevated. Where is this sound coming from? It seems to be coming from the north of the divine sky city. What a beautiful sound! It's comparable to Chu Ilyin of the drunken immortal tower. Moreover, this sound actually contains a unique rhythmic power. It's as if all the Daos in the world are resonating with it. The sound of the swirling zither pierced through space and resounded throughout the divine sky city. Hearing the sound of the zither, people on the streets all stopped and started discussing. They all looked to the north and couldn't help but start jogging there. Some cultivators even started running on the streets, stirring up a cloud of dust and causing people to curse. The rhythm of God was the origin of all Daos. Just listening to it once would allow one to gain a lot. And this was even when the God of rhythm himself wasn't playing it. If Xian Yi released the divine right to play it, the energy of all Daos would be elevated wherever the sound could affect. Even the extinct land would be revived. In the Yuan family's palace, waves of invisible energy flowed through the air. When it passed by Yuan Shui, it made a strange turn and surged into her. The strange energy carried a vast amount of life energy and surged into her body continuously. As soon as the rhythmic energy entered, the strange patterns on Yuan Shui's body suddenly shone faintly, as if they had a life of their own. The blue light seemed to have a special power that blocked part of the rhythmic energy of the swirling zither. Moreover, the flesh under the patterns actually slowly turned gray, giving off a deathly qi. It was as if all life had suddenly disappeared, as expected of a curse that can only be broken by the rhythmic energy of all Daos. Taking the time to take a look, Zai said in surprise. Her jade-like hands danced on the swirling zither even faster. She flicked all 10 fingers, and vast energy surged into the zither, releasing a golden, resplendent sound barrier that surrounded her. Then dozens of energy matrices that looked like staves grew from the center of the sound barrier. Invisible ripples spread out and wrapped around Yuan Shui. The rhythmic energy spread into her limbs and bones. After a while, her gray flesh slowly turned red again. As soon as the matrices wrapped around her snow-white skin, the pattern sensed that the rhythmic energy had increased and hurriedly released energy to resist. Her body that had just recovered showed signs of decay again. This made Zai frown. Her jade-like hands left the swirling zither and slapped into the air. A large amount of purple flames spurted out from her palm and intertwined with the rhythmic energy. They blended into brilliant colors like flowing light and turned into thousands of extremely fine energy matrices. They drilled into Yuan Shue's pores and wandered around her body. They positioned themselves and stretched out, entangling with the strange gray gas. The gray gas was stimulated by the sudden intruder, but it was not to be outdone. It began to roll like boiling water, releasing a large amount of gray gas, which spread toward the energy matrix of the music. The matrix of the energy matrix that was contaminated by the gray gas was completely corroded within a few breaths, and the hidden purple night flame also burned the gray gas into nothingness. This is when the gray gas and the matrices canceled each other out. Zai felt a wave of energy that seemed to be of the same origin. That was the power of the rhythmic energy. The energy of the same origin will only annihilate each other. Moreover, it is very difficult to control the process of annihilation. The person who created this technique seems to have an ulterior motive. Zai frowned, but she still smiled. In an instant, the radiance on her face was dazzling. After knowing that the power of the rhythmic energy was hidden in the gray gas, Zai was relieved. The rhythmic energy belonged to the water element. Since it was water, she could just burn it. The purple flames wrapped her hands and danced on the swirling zither, leaving afterimages. Although the sound of the zither at this time was still beautiful and intoxicating, as long as one was listening, they could hear the infinite killing intent contained in the sound of the zither. The high temperature of the Zai flame distorted the air. Under Zai's precise control, the energy wrapped in the rhythmic energy poured into Yuan Shui. The blazing flames formed a fire cocoon and lifted her up. The pink quilt was not destroyed under Zai's meticulous control. Xiao! Wang! The gray gas in his body was enveloped by the purple night dark flame and began to resist madly, releasing waves of gray gas that were rapidly destructive. Vaguely, a sharp whistling sound could be heard. It was different from the one played by the purple night dark flame. This whistling sound was extremely destructive. The extremely high-pitched melody resonated in the air, causing the already extremely distorted space to shake and collapse directly, revealing the void behind it. However, this destructive melody did not even have the chance to pass through the sound barrier before it was destroyed by the rumbling of the 10,000 melodies. So this is how the rhythmic energy is used. Zai suddenly realized. He drove all the gray gas in Yuan Shue's body to her lower abdomen. The surging purple flames completely wrapped them up. The invisible rhythmic energy wrapped around the flames and offset the rhythmic energy that seeped out. It quickly refined the gray gas that was stubbornly resisting. Refine. Seeing that the gray gas didn't vanish in an instant, Ziyi frowned slightly. Her jade-like hand grabbed at Yuan Shui fiercely across the air, and even the space beside her was shattered. Two invisible forces were sent out like a command. The surrounding purple night flame, and music suddenly became crazy, like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain, directly rushing into the gray gas and refining it completely, leaving nothing behind. The violent yet elegant rhythm shocked everyone in the city. Their hearts were also affected. Along with the rhythm, a wave of anxiety rose. However, it was pacified after a moment, because at this moment, the rhythm had returned to its gentle and tranquil state like the spring breeze. When the rhythmic energy became gentle, the golden sound barrier slowly dissipated. Yuan Shui lay back on the bed again. The blue patterns that covered her body slowly became blurry and finally disappeared. Phew, it's done. Zai let out a long sigh of relief. Her jade-like hands trembled as she wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Even someone as powerful as her couldn't bear to use the whirlpool zither continuously. After the patterns on Yuan Shui's body disappeared, she hurriedly put the whirlpool zither away. After letting out a sigh of relief, Zai wanted to go back and rest. However, her beautiful face changed slightly